Actually, I should have just.
I go live first. Are you good, Morgan?
And Molly, just a heads up, we are live.
Okay, thank you.
Hey. Yeah, and I gotta get off the phone to get on the conference call, okay? But it's coming up on.
All right, we will be starting shortly. I can ask you to try to mute your phones, and if you would rename yourselves in the upper left corner of your box, if you are not named with your full name, first name, last name, and if you have an affiliation in parentheses, that would be great for those who are watching at home. All right, we'll be starting shortly. Molly, it's 10 o'clock. Are we good to go?
I believe so. Can you hear me?
Hear you.
Okay.
Right. Okay. We are not in person, which makes me sad, but welcome to the penultimate, to the last meeting of the Next Generation 911 Commission. I'm Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Rockville and Gaithersburg, and for the last 4 years, the chair of this prestigious, impressive commission populated by experts and passionate public safety personnel and guided by super smart and hardworking people. So if we can just start with a couple of housekeeping matters. First, if you would please make sure that your first name and last name are showing up on your box. If you need to rename yourself, Mission Critical can help you, but it's the top right corner of your little box is rename. If your whole first name, your whole last name, and in parentheses, any affiliation were visible, that would help. We are live streaming as required by law, and people are watching on YouTube, and that will be the press and staff and interested parties. So you are on camera the whole day. If you need to be off camera, you may go off camera, but I am hoping that we can pretend to be in person and look at each other and talk to faces and not just to screens. If you can, please make sure that your phones are vibrating or muted. That would be great and less distracting. If you are not speaking, if you can mute yourself, but if you're engaged in a conversation, a dialogue, or obviously doing a presentation, you may unmute yourself. Molly, is there anything else that we want to do before we kick off?
I don't have anything else, thanks. I think you covered it.
Ryan, anything I've left out? Should we shift to?
We're good.
Okay, all right, let's do introductions and then we'll do the background of what we've got and what we'll be covering today. The plan is, as always, to start and end on time. It's possible that we'll be getting done a few minutes early. We'll see how the conversations go. And I hope that all of the commissioners have the information that we've mailed to your homes or offices, which will be easier to read than the screen at some point. So, so with that, Mr. Vice Chair, anything you want to add before we get started?
Well, first of all, good morning. Thank you for your remarks, Senator. And I want to check in to be sure I am able to be heard. Yes? Very good.
We hear you, but we don't see you, Steve.
I know, I'm working on that. I want to report live from the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, where the very much publicized transit of the 4 cranes that are heading to the Port of Baltimore have just cleared the Bay Bridge, and they're heading to the Francis Scott Key Bridge. So for those of us that live along the bridge path, it was a successful passage.
Fantastic. Good to know. All right. So, so Mr. Vice Chair, why don't you kick us off with introduction, and then Molly, why don't you guide us as to how to most easily do this?
Yes, good morning again. Steve Souter, Vice Chair, proud to be Vice Chair. And I'm very, very excited that this commission has reached this plateau of its work. We do see the goal line ahead of us, and the level of cooperation that I have seen the full commission with the strong support of mission critical partners over the past 6 months has just been incredible. So my gratitude to all of you. I'm honored and privileged to work with you. Thank you.
Let's go to our subcommittee.
All right, thank you.
Molly.
Yeah, I was going to move to the subcommittee chairs, and I'm going to go down my list as I see people. Randy, would you like to start?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Randy Cunningham with Harford County Emergency Services. I am the chair of the Technology and Cybersecurity Subcommittee.
Thank you. Shar?
Good morning. I'm Charlene Flaherty. I'm with Prince George's County Public Safety Communications, and I am the chair of the Staffing and Training Subcommittee.
Thank you. Scott?
Hi, good morning. Scott Broman from Baltimore City. I chair the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee. The whole committee's been working hard the past few months, and we're going to bring forth some great recommendations.
All right, thank you. I'm going to roll down as I see names listed. I don't see images right now on my screen. So Brian Ebling.
Good morning, Brian Ebling, retired 911 director from Caroline County, Maryland. I represent the Volunteer Fire Service on the Maryland 911 board, and I am on the subcommittee, staffing and training subcommittee.
Thank you. Cecilia.
Hello, Cecilia Warren from Maryland Department of Disabilities. I am on the Tech and Cybersecurity Subcommittee, and I also enjoy supporting the Oversight and Accountability. Thank you.
Scott Roper. Maybe we don't have audio for Scott yet.
Scott Roper, Executive Director of the signed in, sorry, Scott Roper, Maryland 911 Board, Executive Director.
Thank you. And which subcommittee do you support? All of them. All right. Sean Looney? Or did we
Sean
lose
Looney
Scott?
from
Okay, go ahead, Sean.
Sean Looney from Comcast. I'm on the Finance and the Technology subcommittees. Thank you.
Sean Scott?
Good morning. Sean Scott with Secular Solutions, and I'm on the Subcommittee for Technology and Cybersecurity. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you. Anna.
Morning, everyone. Anna Sierra. I'm with the Maryland Emergency Management Agency, and I sit on the Finance and Structure Subcommittee.
And Mr. Myers?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Anthony Myers. I am here representing Chairman Jason Stanek with the Maryland Public Service Commission. I'm also a member of the Maryland 911 Board, and I have the pleasure of serving on the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you, Bardana.
Hi, sorry about that. Had to unmute myself. My name is Bardana Woods. I am a retired 911 director from Washington County, Maryland. However, I am now serving as a NENA representative on the Staffing and Training Subcommittee.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Ferretti.
Good morning, Bill Ferretti. I'm retired director from Montgomery County, Maryland, and I'm assisting the Cyber and Tech Subcommittee.
Great, thank you. Delegate Hill.
Good morning, Terry Hill. I represent the House, sit on the Health and Government Operations Committee, and on the commission, I serve on the Technology and Cybersecurity Subcommittee.
Thank you. And Delegate Krebs?
Thank you. I'm Delegate Susan Krebs from Carroll County. I serve on the Health and Government Operations Committee, and I'm on the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee.
Jack Markey.
Morning, Jack Markey. I'm the Director of Emergency Management for Frederick County, Maryland. Serve on the commission on behalf of MACO, and I'm also a member of the Maryland 911 Board representing emergency managers across the state.
Thank you. Robbie Sandless.
Robbie Sandless, Hartford County Treasurer on the Finance and Structure Subcommittee and representing county finance professionals through Maryland Association of Counties.
Thank you. Sue Greentree.
Hi, I'm Sue Greentree. I am a retired 911 specialist. I worked with Anne Arundel County, and I am also on the Maryland 911 board representing APCO, which is Association of Public Safety Communications Officials, and I am on the Staffing and Training Committee.
Thank you. Tammy Price.
Hi, I'm Tammy Price. I'm with the Baltimore County 911 Center, and I work with the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee.
Thank you. Tiffany Harvey.
Good morning, everyone. Tiffany Harvey with Verizon Government Affairs, and I'm on the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee.
Tony Rose.
Good morning. I'm Tony Rose, Deputy Director of the Charles County Department of Emergency Services, and I serve on the Finance and Structure Subcommittee.
Great, thank you. Tracy German.
Hi, good morning. I work on the 911 floor at Frederick County, and I'm on the Staffing and Training Subcommittee.
Tracy,
thank you.
Tracy,
I'm sorry?
are you on the floor now? Are you working now?
No, I'm actually on vacation this week.
Oh, we're grateful. Thank you for being with us. Your work is amazing.
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. Kevin Canali, I saw that you joined.
I did. Sorry for the technical issues. I'm Kevin Canali here, representing the Maryland Association of Counties.
Wayne Darrell, I think I see you're on as well.
Yeah, good morning. Wayne Darrell, Kent County Officer of Emergency Services. I'm on the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee.
Great. Did I miss any commission members? I know there are a number of other people to introduce themselves as well. All right, let's walk through Chris Riley.
Yes, good morning. Chris Riley with the State of Maryland Comptroller's Office.
Thank you. Welcome. Let's see. Moving on to Dan Henry.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dan Henry with Nina, here to give a federal legislative update later on this morning. Looking forward to that.
I also see Cayman, you're on as well.
Morning, Kaman Kalugi from Prince George's County Public Safety Communications.
Okay, thank you. And I see Liliana Fisher.
Oh, that's my fault. I apologize. I'll change that name.
Oh, hi, Julia.
Sorry.
Yeah.
This is Julia. Yes. Sorry, using a new device this morning. This is Julia Fisher. I work for the Maryland Department of Information Technology, serve on the Technology and Cybersecurity Subcommittee. I am a representative for the Commission appointee, Secretary Leahy, who is the Secretary for the Department of Information Technology. I also represent the GIS community. So, thank you.
So Julia, upper right corner of your box, if you could rename yourself, and I'm going to remind everybody again in parentheses or something after their name, if they could put their affiliation, that would be helpful for those who are watching from home and will know who's speaking. And Julia, your connection is weak. If there's anything you're able to do about that, because we'll need you to be able to speak. Go ahead, Molly, sorry.
Okay, sure, no problem. Quentin, ask you.
Good morning, everyone. Quentin Askew, President and CEO of 211 Maryland.
Great, thanks. Ross Coates.
Morning, everyone. Ross Coates. I'm the chairman of the Maryland Association of Counties Emergency Communications Committee, which represents the 24 PSAPs in the state of Maryland, as well as the 911 manager for Harford County, Maryland.
Thank you. Sarah Roth.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Roth. I am the Director of Outreach with the Office of Congressman David Trone. Thanks so much for having me here.
Thanks. And then I believe Ryan needs no introduction, but let's let him introduce himself so that everyone is familiar.
Hey, everyone. Ryan Kirby, Senator Kagan's Chief of Staff. Very glad to be with everyone today.
And do we have Abby on as well?
She's watching the live stream.
Okay. All right. Great. Did I miss anyone aside from Mission Critical Partners hosts and support? All right, I am Molly Falls with Mission Critical Partners, supporting program manager for the commission work. Sherry, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Sherry Griffith Powell with Mission Critical Partners, and I have the pleasure of working with both Senator Kagan on the Finance and Structure Subcommittee and on the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee with Scott Brolman.
Josh Jack?
Thanks, Josh Jack, Mission Critical Partners. I am supporting Randall Cunningham on the Technology and Cybersecurity Subcommittee.
Nikki Tidy?
Good morning, Nikki Tidy with Mission Critical Partners. I am supporting Cheryl Flaherty on the Staffing and Training Committee.
Kyra?
Hi, Kyra Pulliam, Mission Critical Partners. I'm assisting with staffing and training as well as tech and cyber, supporting Josh and Nikki.
Karen?
Hi, my name is Karen Henry, and I'm supporting 3 subcommittees: the Finance and Structure, Oversight and Accountability, and Staffing and Training. Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
And Robert?
Yes, good morning all. Robert Horn, Mission Critical Partners. I support the Tech and Cyber as well as Julia with GIS.
All right, thank you. I think we've got everybody. Senator, unless I missed anyone,
I think
that was it.
Let's get started. So thank you again to everyone on this call, to everyone who's made a difference in our work the last 4 years. I've told the story many times before, but I do have to start. And I can't believe after all these years, it still makes me so sad. 3 people have died in my district when 911 has failed, and that's what has inspired my work. When my friend Carl Hann was struck by lightning during a freak thunderstorm and died when 911 was overloaded. It was between my tenure in the House and the Senate, and it inspired me. I said if I was ever back in office again, I would do something to make sure no family had that loss. And so the work that this commission has done, guided by Mission Critical Partners, guided by my staff, current and former, and these commissioners and those that preceded them, has been nothing short of extraordinary. Maryland is now at the cutting edge nationally of states in terms of our legislation that has facilitated the transition to next generation 911. I want to, before we go on, I want to especially thank my legislative colleagues. We started off 2 senators, 2 delegates, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans. Delegate Sue Krebs is with us, and she has been stalwart and thoughtful from the very beginning. New delegate on this commission, but not to the House. Delegate Terry Hill has joined and picked up. My friend and colleague Ed Riley has been with us from the beginning, and former delegate Michael Jackson joined us at the beginning and has stayed engaged with this commission's work even after being appointed to the Senate. So my legislative colleagues are supportive and thoughtful in all that we do. One of the rules of our commission from the beginning has been that all boats rise together. That means all 24 jurisdictions, larger and smaller, more affluent and less affluent. We really wanted to make sure that that the technology, the oversight, the cybersecurity, and funding was available in appropriate measures for all 24 jurisdictions, and that we have kept our eyes on. I want to recognize and congratulate one of our commissioners, Anna Sierra, who is still with us today, has left her job running Caroline County's 911 Center, or Public Safety Answering Point. For those of you who are watching at home, you'll hear folks talk about PSAPs. So that is a 911 center. She is now at MEMA, which in just a couple of weeks will be called MDEM, the Maryland Department of Emergency Management. Today, though, we will talk about MEMA, the Maryland Emergency Management Agency, so ably headed with my friend and partner, Russ Strickland, and we will hear from him shortly. This commission has released 3 reports. This one, and we're going to run through our history, but the glossary, then we did the next annual report, and then the last annual report, and all of those are available online at cherylkagan.org, and they each have a glossary of some of the acronyms that are likely to slip through. I want to remind my colleagues here on the commission to try not to use acronyms because colleagues, observers, and reporters may not be as sophisticated in the acronyms as you might be. So if we can watch for that. The goals of today's meeting is to review all of the work that the 4 subcommittees have done: finance and structure, staffing and training, technology and cybersecurity, and oversight and accountability. And each has been hard at work, staffed by mission critical partners. And we will have recommendations that have been approved by the subcommittees for consideration, debate, discussion, and voting by the full commission. And that is setting up for today. So with that, Molly, please begin.
Okay, so as Senator Kagan mentioned, we have published 3 reports thus far, and we felt it was important, since this is our last year, that we took some time just to review and remember that all of the activity that has been undertaken by this group. Lots of hard work over the past 3 years. So, Senator, I'm good to start with this if you would like me to, or if you would like to cover it, I'm good either way.
I think I'll start and you should totally pipe in. One of the biggest issues we had to address in what we called Carl Henn's Law, in memory of my constituent and friend, was adjusting the funding structure. It had not been dealt with for many, many, many years, and there was just a fraction of the cost of running a 911 center that was coming in through the $1 fee that people were paying. So we modified that in a significant way that has made a difference. But as you'll hear in this meeting, we need to, we're going to be proposing another small tweak. Our 911 specialists, we officially renamed them Courageous Women and Men Under the Headsets, and we started working towards standards, expectations, compensation, and more. We will continue that journey today. Privacy, records retention, and obviously technology and cybersecurity has been a priority every year. The next year, 2019's report, we continued our work, made sure that not one dime of 911 funds could ever be used for any other purpose. That's going to be important for getting a piece of the federal pie that's going to be available. We authorized audits by the comptroller, and we will be hearing from the comptroller's representative today. And again, talking about training, we modified the board and renamed it and repopulated it, and then started trying to work on misuse of 911 services. Go ahead. And Kerry's Law, you'll see at the bottom of that, we continue to work on Kerry's Law, and we will talk about that today. Again, with the comptroller, audits have begun and reporting is happening. We will hear from the comptroller's folks today. We're only going to be able to share a part of that report because it's in process, but you will get a sense of what's going on there. We are continuing to work on issues related to outages, victims of domestic violence, and so many more things as we continue to upgrade our technology. And with a shout out to Julia Fisher, our geographic information systems, making sure that people can be found at a time of emergency through technology and making that more precise. Molly, anything you would add that I didn't particularly highlight?
No, I think we see similar themes all building upon one another year after year, just to continue to strengthen the 911 system in Maryland. So I think you've covered it all really well. Okay. Unless there's anything else around that, then we will move on to the financial report and update. And we can start with, we've got Scott Roper with the Executive Director of the Maryland 911 Board, and Chris Riley, the Director of Compliance. with the Office of the Comptroller. So Scott, I have a couple of slides for you. Are you ready for me to advance?
Sure. I wasn't aware I was giving an update. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you see the screen, Scott? You're up.
So this is a snapshot of our funding by category for FY 2021. Board fund close to $42 million worth of 911 in Maryland over the past fiscal year. The overwhelming bulk of the board's new fund systems came at $50.9 million, and next generation one implementation services in the amount of about $55 million. In addition to that, we have
is anyone else having trouble hearing Scott?
Both county enhancements that are on GIS and the state flyover that we do on a 3-year cycle. Maintenance costs, which is something relatively new for the board, of $5.4 million. Those are all right.
Okay, I think.
All right, I'm gonna have to do this without video for today. So you can see the chart and you can see what we found. Right.
Bottom line is this is the amount of money that's coming in, and we're going to learn now from the comptroller about their audits as to whether the telecommunications companies are collecting and remitting the right amount of funding. So maybe we can shift to Chris Riley.
Good morning. Is everyone able to hear me? Okay, good.
We can. Chris, before you start, Molly had another slide just showing the impact of Carl Henn's law. Sorry, just the amount of money that's coming in. You can see that that we got a big jump up when we changed the $1 to $1.25, bringing in a lot more money to the 911 board that Mr. Roper directs and Mr. Myers chairs. It also authorized the counties to raise the local portion if wanted. And the biggest thing was closing the loophole. People who were paying $1 for, let's say, 5 phones on a family plan would then be charged a fee for each of those devices. And that made a significant increase. And we got no pushback from people who wanted to make sure that all of their family members were protected in cases of emergency. Molly, was there one more slide on this before Mr. Riley starts?
No, this is it. Thank you.
Okay, so let's take that off and just have Mr. Riley then.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Can everyone hear me fine? Okay, thank you. As far as the Comptroller's Office is concerned, I wanted to update the committee on our activities to date. We're currently, excuse me, involved in the audit of 11 service carriers related to the collection and remittance of the state and local 911 fees. In addition, one of the carriers is also under audit for remittance of the E911 fees. And the E911 fees, for those of you who are not familiar with it, would be some retail stores sell minutes that you may have purchased in years gone by for phones, and it's a 60 cent per fee transaction for that. So we're also auditing for that. Of the 11 carriers that are currently under audit, 2 of those would be what we would consider to be of the larger size, larger entities that remit the 911 fees on a monthly basis. We did start out, as I had alluded to in an earlier meeting, that we wanted to start out with the smaller size carriers. smaller ones both in customer base and the amount that they remitted on a monthly basis. And by working with these companies and making sure of the things that we might be running across and the audit situations that we're going to be dealing with, that we would be assured that once we started on the larger entities, that we would be able to do a full audit and a full accounting of the 911 fees. Of the 11 that we currently have started and we're working on right now, we're scheduled to complete 7 of those by the end of this month. And I just wanted to alert the group as to some of the issues that we have run across while we have been doing the audits. We did run across one of the carriers that did not collect or remit 911 fees for the calendar years of 2017 and 2018. We did run across that. We had run across one of the carriers that had underreported the total monthly collection of the 911 fees. And by that, they collected it properly, but they failed to remit it properly. We've also run across instances where there was an improper determination of the local jurisdiction to receive the 911 fees. So in that case, it wasn't necessarily that the total amount of fees had been underreported. It's just that when they were reported on a return, that the fees didn't always go to the correct jurisdiction that should have been receiving those fees. Now, with all of the audits that we're doing for any of the instances where it was not paid properly, it was underreported, not collected at all, there will be assessments that are related to that. For the ones where the fees have been improperly reported, through information that we'll be sharing with the 911 board, that those monies will have to be shifted from one jurisdiction to another. So we really believe that now, having got into the audits more, that there is a need for us to be out auditing and for us to be spot checking. I don't want anyone to think that all of the companies that we're looking at have issues, nor do all the companies have large issues. But there are issues out there that the controller's office, being the eyes and ears out there, that we believe that the fees are going to be more properly reported and paid in the future. In an unrelated activity it's a related activity rather, but independent of what our business tax audit section is doing, we're also currently working on a voluntary disclosure agreement with a carrier. And with a voluntary disclosure agreement, we have that in place for all of our taxes and fees that we work with. Entities can come forward, entities that are under audit, or that we haven't contacted for audit, can come forward to alert us that there may be a liability. So we are currently working with a carrier right now to review that information. And then I guess that, kind of closing out before I guess I field any questions, if there are any, given the general confidentiality of the information that related to audits, potential assessments, and the like, I'm unable to share anything specific to any voluntary disclosure or any audit with the group at large. I am authorized to share that information with the 911 board, and once a year, I am required to share all that information with the 911 board. So I did not want the group to think that I did not want to share it with you, but I just am unable to. But what I can share with you is that we are very confident that within within the next year, less than a year, that our audits and any voluntary disclosures we're working on, that they will produce an additional amount of state and local 911 fees exceeding $15 million. So just wanted to alert the commission that we are active out there and that we are performing our audits right now.
So, Mr. Riley, thank you so much for your time today, but for your time on this literal life and death issue, because we've got to get enough funding into our counties to make sure that they can transition to next gen and have the very best technology, staffers, and more. Again, I want to reiterate for Mr. Riley, he is being the good guy here and providing us with as much information as he can, but there may be some questions that he's not going to be able to answer or answer as fully as you might like. So I just want to caution folks that there will be barriers here. Mr. Riley, I was asked to ask you whether the carriers that are not in compliance have been notified of that yet. And I know that you're still in the midst of your audits and have not reviewed them all, right? Can you just give a
That is
sense
correct.
of the status and the timetable?
Correct. That's correct. You know, as we schedule one of the carriers for an audit, they will get notice that they are under audit. I think as I may have alluded to in a previous meeting with the commission, you know, once we started back doing audits, our business tax audit section has responsibility for auditing for sales tax and emissions and amusement tax and alcohol and tobacco tax. And at the request of this commission and the senator in particular, we started to do audits sooner because we were on pause during the pandemic. So it would be our intention to make sure that all of the larger carriers are audited, and the small carriers will receive a representative audit as well too. It will take time because we have a lot of other audit types that we have to do at the same time. So I believe Delegate Hill had asked me the total number of providers. I think I just answered that. I mean, but we will attempt to get around to everyone, but it will take time. But it will take time. And I believe that once the word gets out that we are auditing, that I believe that, and also once we get a year done, there is a requirement that we put some audit information on our site in addition with the 911 board about policies and procedures and the like. So I believe that once people know that we're out there auditing, that if there are any issues, that people will work to clean that up. So Delegate Hill, I hope that answered that. And Sean, we will get to all of the larger providers. We just can't audit everyone at the same time.
Questions from commissioners? Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Rowley. Thank you so much. I did want to get clarification. I'm still not clear on how many total, I would say 200 total providers is what someone, Scott Roper said. And when it will take time, I'm not clear if we're talking 1 or 2 years or 5 years, and whether what you're speaking to is a need that the legislators need to keep in mind. You have a PIN problem. Are you, with this additional assignment and all the other audits, are you short on manpower, and do you need us to be looking at giving you additional PINs because of additional responsibilities?
And just to clarify, a PIN is a person. It's a budget term.
Well, I think to answer that, what I would recommend that anytime that the legislature gives the controller's office additional responsibilities, that they would always include additional pins along with that.
Okay, then the first part of the question, then I'll be done. Thank you, Senator.
Sorry.
Is when you say it'll take a while to get around, understanding that, are you saying it may take a couple of years? You're saying we may not get to everyone over the next 5 years? I'm just asking for a rough estimate.
You know, rough estimates are always very, very hard to give, you know, but I would say that we will not get around to everyone in 2 years. That would not be possible.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And just to clarify, if I could, to Delegate Hill's question, you are doing them concurrent with when you audit for their sales tax and other compliance, right? Or
These
different timetables.
Senator, the ones that we started were done just of that, just for the 911 fees. We did just for that. As we move forward and we're doing other audits, we will incorporate those into those audits at the same exact time.
Okay, thank you. Delegate Krebs, followed by Tony Rose, followed by Sean Looney.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you, and thank the Controller's Office for heeding our request to accelerate these audits, because the compliance piece is very big for us, and we can't just wait a year or two. So we thank you during the pandemic. Obviously, you can do a lot of this remotely, but I'm a little confused because I heard you say that 7 of the audits will be complete by the end of September. Audits will be complete within a year. Are you talking about the 11 that we're currently doing will be complete by the end of the year?
I'm sorry, what I was referring to was when we thought that the additional monies could be into the system so that it would be in the 911 trust fund.
Okay, so then you talked about the revenues currently should exceed about $15 million for this group that you've just done. And how much, do you know how much that's one-time money versus, or back money versus ongoing money?
You know what, I don't have an idea about that, Delegate. I mean, you know, it's one of those things we're going to have to see as the audits go along. I mean, because the reality is that we're just starting the audit process. And so, you know, we're going to have to take it slowly. And, you know, if it looks like there appears to be a problem in a certain area, then we'll try to hit those areas so that we can get to any unreported fees as quickly as we can.
Thank you, because I assume that the carriers want to be compliant, and we want to get them compliant as soon as possible. And we as a commission need to know what the extra revenue is going to be so we can figure out what our current, so thank you for whatever you can do to accelerate that.
Absolutely, you're welcome.
Tony Rose, Charles County.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Riley. I think Delegate Krebs kind of sort of touched on what I was going to ask, and that was, at what point can we look for some kind of indication or some kind of report from the Comptroller's Office that gives us an idea what actual revenues are going to be for that fund? Because from a jurisdiction's planning perspective, we need to know, because under the law, we could adjust the fee if necessary. We need to know how much.
Well, that information will come through to the 911 board. So when the additional monies come in that are related to any of the work that we're doing, that the 911 board should be aware that that money is related specifically to that. If you're asking me about audits and the like.
Yes, and I appreciate that, but I'm looking further out, right? Based on information that you've uncovered, and potentially additional revenue. What does that look like for the fund overall going forward? I was just curious if you're going to be in a position to answer that.
I am not. I'm not, Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it. Sean Looney, followed by Randy Cunningham, and then we will wrap up because we've got someone who's time limited on the Zoom.
Scott and Chris can keep me honest on this, but I would assume that a small number of providers provide a vast majority of the revenue on 911. So, and so therefore, I think when you do an audit of the big providers, you're going to fix any glaring errors will be, account for a lot of the revenue. And I just want to reinforce to Chris and everyone else, obviously, I want to make sure Comcast is in full compliance. If there's anything we're not doing right, we're going to fix that right away. Being a member of this commission, it'll be really embarrassing if we're not doing it. I'm hoping that we are in full compliance, but if we are not, and I know I speak for the other providers, that we will correct it immediately and make sure the right amount of revenue is being remitted. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you for that, Sean.
Thank you, Sean. Randy Cunningham, Harford County, why don't you wrap us up?
Sure, real quick. Just a comment that or a question that was asked and Mr. Riley's answer about PINs and additional staff to do additional workload. I think that is very important to take that answer and put it into the world of PSAPs and 911 telecommunicators. This commission, previous years and this year, is additional mandates, additional jobs, additional things that has to be done in order to implement extra 911 and keep PSAPs running effectively, be able to answer that call for service, provide the telecommunicators with the services they need. That all requires additional people and additional PINs. I know there was a statewide staffing study done. I don't know if that was part of this commission or not. I know there are many PSAPs across the state that are still low in the number of people that they need to do their job. So I just want everyone to remember that all these things that we talk about over the next 6 hours are not going to get done without additional people. Part of the funding increase was, in my opinion, to allow the PSAPs to hire those additional people. PSAPs that are already short, they're already short staffed before we even put these things on top of. So just keep that in mind as we go through the next 5 hours. Counties have to step up to the plate and provide the PSAP with the staffing that they need to do these jobs. That's all.
Thank you, Randy. Okay. Okay, I think that wraps that up. Thank you to the comptroller and especially to Mr. Riley for his work. We are grateful for your being here and for your collaboration and cooperation. So with that, let's move on to the next portion. Molly, good.
Yeah, and Mr. Riley, there's one more question in the chat. We'll get that captured and shoot that over to you so that we can take care of Robbie's question.
But let's say,
and I will go.
Yeah, let's just.
This question is to what extent can the? Yeah, the question is to what extent can the audits be outsourced? I don't know if that's a fast answer or if we want to just.
Yeah. Do you have a quick answer to that, Chris?
No, I don't have a quick answer to that because I don't know who else will have the expertise that to do these audits. I mean, there are companies who will do certain audits. But I don't know whether that that would be. And then of course, when the companies do the audits, there is a fee for doing that as well too. But that's not a bad question. But that's not a bad question. I hope that wasn't an evasive answer.
I think that's good. All right. The next item on the agenda is 311. And I'm going to give the intro. And Molly, I'm noticing that Quentin Askew's name is not on this list, but he is here to also consult and guide us and has been a partner in all this. So I just want to start by doing a quick bit of history and the reason for this project. I brought legislation with the endorsement last year of this commission to establish a statewide 311 system. And the purpose of that was multiple to lighten the load for 911 centers, to provide a training portal for people who aren't quite ready to become a 911 specialist, which is a supremely hard job. A 311 specialist could be an onboarding option. After a particularly stressful time, or maybe the birth of a baby, or right before retirement, or to mentor or become a role model for others. It could be an off-ramp, going from a 911 center to a 311 center. And basically during COVID, we've really seen how people, even more than normal, need access to information from their government. And so whether that's where can I get a COVID test or a vaccine, whether it's there's a tree that fell in front of my house, whether there's what day does my recycling get picked up. There's a lot of stuff that people can be inclined to call 911 for that clutters up our lines and is a problem. So 211 exists now in Maryland and does great work for human services. And so 311, we're looking to expand for government services. I will just tell you briefly that my colleagues loved the idea, that it passed the Senate unanimously, and the House thought it was such a no-brainer that they said, we don't need to pass a law to do this work group, just go do it and come back with a bill. And so that's what we did. Without force of law, we were able to have a lot of intensive, thoughtful, collaborative work group sessions. And I really want to give a shout out to Russell Strickland, the director of the Maryland Emergency Management Agency, MEMA, who is about to become Secretary Strickland on October 1st because of the law that I sponsored, that this commission endorsed, to make MEMA into a cabinet level department with the 911 board as an independent autonomous agency under it. So that's a big change that takes place in just a few weeks. And so Secretary Strickland almost, I think will kick us off in this. I want to give a huge special shout out to Bill Ferretti, who retired from this commission, retired from his job, moved out of state, and has been a guiding force in our 311 effort and just a really smart tactician. Andrew Donlin from Congressman David Trone's office has worked with us on funding issues. He has just started law school. He's unable to join us today, but Sarah Roth has been the power behind the throne there with a lot of expertise. And she's going to be joining us to talk about federal funding. We don't anticipate ever putting a 311 fee on anyone's phone bill. And then again, Quentin Askew, who is the CEO of our state's 211. These are some of the many people who have been involved in this effort. And with that, I'd like to toss it over to Russ Strickland.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate the time and the ability to talk to you all today. Can you hear me okay? Okay, good. Thank you. You know, this whole evolution with the 311 project has been interesting. And from the emergency management perspective, we definitely see this as an asset, a need that the state could use with the local jurisdictions, in that at time of crisis or disaster, it really puts out there one number that you can call. And if you need to report damage or you need to request assistance, whatever it might be, that's outside of the general 911 arena, this number would be available. And we know through the COVID experience that it was very challenging, where we set up, and actually the Department of Health set up a information line, was contracted out, but with good supervision and management of that, we're able to go from a minimal number of people under headsets to, at one point in time, up to 739 people under headsets answering calls. What I really see as the long-term advantage of this is all of the 800 numbers that we create at a time of crisis can all flow into a 311 system, and would allow the citizen to basically really focus on, when they need help, it's either 911 or 311, as well as 211. And with those three numbers can basically reach any services they need at any time. And ultimately, where the 311 would be the fallback for just general information, governmental information to help the citizen. So from my perspective, this is something that we very much would like to see produced. We think it would be a cost savings in the long run if we're able to pull everybody together and have an economy of scale with the operation of it. It's been good to work with the other experts that are on this work group and have come up with a good matrix of how the system would work, could work, as well as, some rough ideas of when you would call 311, when you would call 911, and when you would even call the quote unquote non-emergency number that's in every 911 center. So again, I look forward to any specific questions and comments that I might be able to offer as we go through this discussion. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Director Strickland. I just want to clarify. So Mr. Strickland is in his car. He is at another conference, all-day conference. And so our time with him is limited, but we appreciate his partnership throughout, as well as his making time today. So with that, let's shift to Bill Ferretti. Bill, if you want to do introductory comments, and then Molly, let's go through the slides. The other thing that I did not mention is that 2 of the 4 subcommittees have already unanimously endorsed this, this proposal. So Bill, you're up. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
For your leadership. You're amazing.
Thank you. So the first question I think that people listening and the commissioners might have is, well, this is a 911 commission. Why are we talking about a 311 legislation? And so I thought I'd, as an introduction, talk about the nexus to 911. And really that is in the public safety article where for 911, it enables 911. It talks about the need for 911 centers to have a non-emergency number. And so right now, all of Maryland's jurisdictions, each of the 24 has a 10-digit non-emergency number. Baltimore City, their non-emergency number is actually 311. They actually have a very similar model to what we're going to be talking about. If you took a poll of Marylanders and visitors to Maryland, you'd probably find that most of them couldn't tell you off the top of their head what the non-emergency number is for their given jurisdiction. Or if they're traveling, there's no way they're going to know it. So yes, with smartphones and internet searching and stuff, it's easier to find than it ever was. But in crisis, whether that's an emergency or a semi-emergency, people aren't thinking about those things. So having a 311 number would provide a wonderful gateway to our non-emergency numbers in our 911 centers. And that is really the nexus, because the average person, if they see something and it's a non-emergency, but they're unfamiliar with the non-emergency number, are they gonna take the time to look it up, or are they gonna default to the path of least resistance, which is often just to call 911. So by having a statewide 311 for non-emergency, you in essence are lessening the burden on your 911 system. Secondly, and what brought it to my mind was in 2018 or 2019, I don't remember which year, the United States Congress, there was a bill before Congress that talked about creating 311 as the national non-emergency number. Now that was pre-pandemic. I don't think it really left committee, but it got us thinking about, well, what would that look like? Coupled with what happened in the pandemic with the growth of 211, and a shout out to Quentin Askew, the director, and the work that 211 did to expand during the pandemic, which we learned a lot about in our subcommittees, and also with the leadership of Russ Strickland over at MEMA, with the thought of having a statewide 311, which would, as he was talking about, do away with the need to publish all those 800 numbers in time of crisis, because everyone would know, hey, we just called 311. And that's where it'll lead me to help. So we've put together a bunch of documents and a proposal that could be turned into legislation that would allow for a 311 system to be created in the state of Maryland, and takes into account all the different aspects of 311 and where counties, the 24 jurisdictions, may or may not currently be in relation to the 311 systems or 311-like systems that they already have in place.
Sorry. Yeah, it's commission. It's for 6 hours, so it needs something. Looks like the bulwark is started.
Hey. Molly, could you please mute Randy?
Sorry, I'm doing the install.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to find who was talking. Got
Thank
it.
you.
Sorry about that. No worries, no worries.
Okay, maybe it's someone else also.
That will do it every time. Yeah.
Everybody, you'll probably want to stay muted when you're not talking. Thank you. Sorry, Bill. Go ahead.
That's okay. So with that, I think Molly, you're going to bring up some slides.
Before Molly brings up slides, which are critically important, we are going to lose Congressman Trone's person, and she's too important to, that's a really important component. So Sarah Roth, why don't you jump in super fast, then we'll go back to Bill, because these charts, we really need Bill to talk them through without looking at the clock. So,
Sure.
yay. Thank you.
Senator Kagan, and I apologize for the time shortage. I'm with the boss this afternoon, so I gotta hop right out. As most of you know, my colleague Andrew Donlin was really the point person on this project and did amazing work. We wish him all the best of luck in law school, and as Director of Outreach, I'm gonna step in here to help out with the federal funding aspect. There are some federal funds available for 211 and 311 centers. We reached out to the Congressional Research Service, which is exactly what it sounds like. They are our research arm, and they go find all the obscure money that people don't know about. So this is pretty preliminary research, and we can absolutely go back to our point of contact with more pointed questions to figure out what's actually available. But just kind of top line, it seems like historically community development block grant funding is used for 211 centers, and that can be used for capital and operations funds, which is pretty exciting there. A lot of times different grants have different restrictions, so it's exciting that you can use what's called CDBG, community development block funding, to do both of those things. It also, the report showed that some of the recent COVID funds that came through federal legislation, so I'm talking CARES Act, American Rescue Plan, that kind of funding, some states actually used that funding because it was very flexible to add to their 211 and 311 programs. Some of the departments and agencies that they worked through were the Department of Health and Human Services, FEMA, SAMHSA, which is the Substance Abuse Mental Health Service Administration. And there's also some money through the Department of Homeland Security. So there's a couple of different options there. And Senator Kagan, I think we sent you this report. I can send it again and you can share it with members of the commission as well. And again, when there are any specific questions on what the funding can be used for, where the application periods end and begin, just let me know. We can go back to our researcher and get further clarification on that. And I also want to just note that Congressman Trone is a huge proponent of this idea. He would love to see it come to fruition. When you are applying for federal grants or even the state and local grants, give us a call. You can contact me directly, and we'd be more than happy to write letters of support to add to your applications. If there are any questions, I'd love to take them, but that's kind of the top line. Good news here is there's federal money out there. We just got to find which program's going to fit.
So great. So Sarah, thank you for taking the time. We know that you are on a short timer here before you've got a dash, but if there are questions, we can take them briefly or else go back to Bill Freddy and then Quentin ask you. But I really want to give a shout out to Congressman Trone, who is a super effective member of Congress for the Gaithersburg half of my district, but also now for the whole state of Maryland, now that Speaker Pelosi has appointed him to the Appropriations Committee, which is why I reached out to him in particular to help us with this. So thank you. Delegate Krebs has a question.
It's just a food for thought question, but normally grants are one-time grants, and obviously if we do a 311 system, it's going to be ongoing funding. So I think we need to make sure whatever kinds of grants we get, they're long-term. Otherwise, we put a program together and we don't have ongoing revenue. So just we need to keep that in high on the list of the questions to be asking about the grants. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Krebs. Sarah, anything you want to say to that, or if that's we will just tuck that in and keep looking.
Yeah, we'll keep note of that, and that's exactly right. A lot of these grants are one-time usage or have to be used in a certain amount of time. But the good news is that there's always more out there. So even if you use one, we can always be looking for another and just keep that federal funding coming through.
Perfect. I should also mention that Director Strickland and I have both spoken with the governor's folks. I've spoken to Secretary David Brinkley multiple times about this, and there is interest in making sure that this goes smoothly. And I'm obviously have no capacity to speak for the governor or his administration, but I can tell you that we have kept the communication lines open. Mr. Strickland, is there anything you want to add on funding? Anything that you're able to say yet on that?
No, you're 100% correct. And I sent a paper in maybe 2 weeks ago again to the governor's office with this as one of the thoughts for the funding that is coming out, particularly through the COVID, as well as the infrastructure plan.
Perfect. Great. Okay, if there are no other questions for Sarah Roth, we are delighted to formally meet you here and look forward to working with you on this and other issues. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Y'all have a good one.
Tell the congressman we said hello and we appreciate him.
Absolutely will do. Thank you again.
Take care. Back to Bill Ferretti. Thank yous for your indulgence. We didn't want to miss the opportunity to talk about money.
Okay. All right, do you
go to the next slide, Molly? There we go. All right.
You see them now? Okay.
Before Bill starts speaking, I just want to remind commissioners, since this was a very detailed slide, in your care packages that we sent you, you should all have access to all of these slides, and that will make it easier for you to follow along. But it is going to stay on the screen as well. So Bill, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So I just want to talk about, there were 3 documents that were sent in the care packages. This is the first of the 3, which talks about, it's a framework for what a statewide 301 might look like with some different options. And I'm going to walk through that. The other 2 documents, just want to touch on them real quick so that, to alleviate any questions that we might have on this chart. The second one is a reasons to call 911. To call X11, and it's broken down by 211, 911, and 311. And with 311, there's 2 flavors. There's the government services flavor and the non-emergency police lines. I want to particularly note on this document, this document is designed to support you and to support the legislation going forward to help answer legislators' questions about what the differences are. It is not intended to be a public education document with strict lines of who has to call what. And so there's no expectation that the public is going to carry around such a document or commit such a document to memory to understand all the different nuances of what to call when. And that leads me to the third document, which is a series of questions that the work group and the subcommittee talked about to aid in the legislative process, frequently asked questions, and it goes through a lot of those questions that we tried to head off and think of that would come up. One of those being, as I talked about, when we don't expect everybody to know what number to call, we answer in the frequently asked questions. Are the agencies, the 211, 311, 911, are they able to move calls back and forth? And the answer is yes. In cases where it's needed, there'll be the ability to transfer back and forth. So, the citizen is not expected to be the expert. The 211 centers, the 311 centers, and the 911 centers, and their wonderful employees are our experts here. Okay, with that overview of the 3 documents, I'll go back to the first document, which is the statewide 311 options. So I'll just wait a second. Yep, here we go. So the concept here is this is not an option A or option B type of chart. It's an option A and an option B type of chart. And even as I discuss option B, you'll see that there's some further sub options within option B. The goal here is to give each of the 24 jurisdictions some latitude to decide how they would participate in a 311 statewide system. So the first line is platform. That's your what drives the system, the technology. So these are our technology pieces behind the scenes, the application, the database, the phone switching, the routers, all the technology that allows the calls that are placed anywhere in the state to go to the correct place. And so those platforms and what we're proposing would be maintained by the state. The state would establish a statewide platform, thereby achieving some economies of scale over having 24 different platforms across each county. And then under option B, counties would have the option to join the state system. If they don't have a current system, they could join it when it was ready, or if they have a current system that they weren't ready to quite move over to the state system, they would continue to use that system until such time as it was due for life cycle replacement. And at that point, they would switch over to the state system. In our discussions with some of the 311 centers in Maryland, the timing for this, it may be a very key, because some of the counties, Montgomery, Baltimore City, are probably starting to think about, or no, they are starting to think about their life cycle replacements now. So the funding for getting a statewide 311 center up in the next few years might tie in nicely to those jurisdictions' life cycle replacement for their systems.
Bill, we have put a lot of work into this, and you have put a ton of work. At least half the commission have already gone through this. I wonder if we can go to the charts briefly. We're running long already, and then see if there are questions that can help guide the further conversation.
So let me jump through a couple of the key points. That was the first one. The next one is just, that's the end user technology. That's what's in the centers. Obviously, we've hit cybersecurity, and that's pretty straightforward. Personnel and training. The state is setting standards. The state is hiring their personnel. If the counties want to maintain their own centers, this is where the option B is. They can do that, but the county has to fund it. Jumping down to the knowledge managers. Again, here's an opportunity for counties where there's some nuances here. The county, if they want to, maybe they don't want to have a 311 center. They want to have the state operators, but they want to have more input into the level of information that's in the 311 system. The county could have their own knowledge managers working with the state, collaborating with the state to provide that information up to the system. So that's, again, one of those other options. Funding, again, the state was covering all the costs of the system. Anything the county wants to do, whether they want to have their own center, they want to have their own knowledge managers, each one they want to have, the county, if they chose to continue to do that, the county would be paying for that out of their own operational costs. Excuse me. And finally, governance and oversight. Basically, for those, I know the commissioners are very familiar with the 911 board, basically set up very similarly under the new department of Maryland Department of Emergency Management. So that's chart one. And Senator, do you want to take questions per chart? You want me to go through each?
Let's go through the whole thing, because I think we've set this up. So you've set this up so beautifully. So as you said, we're not expecting Marylanders or tourists or anything to know exactly when to call which of these X11, 211, 311, 911 numbers, but it'll start to be baked in. It can be part of a marketing campaign, and 211 has already been doing its education and all that. So this will give you the types of services that folks would need. Molly, do we go to the next slide?
So she's on the chart, and just the only comment I'd have on this is, think about 911 is always your emergencies. 211 is, if you look at it, it's really geared towards human services, the individual needs. 311 is then has that split where it's, hey, I need government services, where I'd be talking to a 311 specialist, or I need the police non-emergency. And through technology, calling 311 would get you where you'd have an option. Press 1 to get government services, or 2 to get police non-emergency. And there is where it would drop right into the appropriate 911 center on their non-emergency routing paths.
Okay, and the last chart, Molly? That's just ongoing, more or less. Whoops. Okay.
So I don't see the
There's
implementation.
another chart. Yeah, there was another chart, Molly.
It's the FAQ document, which is 4 pages long on just a Word document, so we weren't able to include it in a PowerPoint.
Oh,
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. Okay, so everybody
You're
got
right,
that
sorry.
in the mail. Russ Strickland, is there anything you want to add? Or should we see if there are questions? Again, we are running long.
Yeah, no, I think Bill covered it very well.
I do too. Okay. Questions? So I'd like to have a motion for the commission to endorse 311. All commissioners were sent cards and you get to pull them out and use them for the first time.
So moved.
Malik, is it okay if we vote on 311 now and not wait? We can do that,
Yeah,
right?
nope, absolutely. Let's stick with it.
Green
and
is
vote
I'm
now.
for it, red is I'm against it, and yellow is I have some concerns or questions or something. Delegate Krebs, question for you? Or you?
Yes, first of all, thank you for all this wonderful information. This is a huge issue that I think has a lot of merit, but it's a lot to it, and it's a lot of it. How do we implement it? And I'm just going to put raised concerns only because I think it's a little more complicated than it's laid out to be here. And I just think we've gotten into so many things, and I want to make sure we do. I've said before, 211, and now we have 988 that's come up. And I really think they are the priority to me is 211 and 988, which we now have to reconcile because we have federal 988 and local 211. And we haven't really done it. I mean, our committee takes care of that. We really haven't done all we can to get 211 off the ground. So I'm just concerned that we're trying to do too many things. And I just need to take a step back because I don't want to put one more thing on the table until we get the priorities taken care of. 911 is priority, 211, 988. And then this is a great idea. So I'm just hesitant on trying to do too many things and not finishing something that we need to do. So
thank you, Delegate Krebs.
I'm a pause person. So.
Okay.
Sure. And I will kind of echo Delegate Krebs's concerns, and then also just add to that even though in this situation, the counties are not responsible for the costs because of the precedent of teacher pensions, SDAC costs, things like that, that there generally kind of is a precedent again of the state pushing on costs to the counties at the next time of a revenue shortfall or recession, things like that. So in favor of the concept, but always leery of any time that we take on additional costs for something that does benefit the counties, and that later on a new General Assembly comes in and says, why are we doing this for the counties?
Right. So Bill, Ferretti, do you or Russ want to speak to that? And
This is Russ. I'd offer 2 comments. And one, I don't have a crystal ball, and I cannot predict what the next General Assembly or the General Assembly would do in 20 or 25 years from now. What I do see, the second point here is, and I apologize, I realize I'm on Zoom and you can see me, and if you noticed a few minutes ago, I was typing. And the reason I was typing is because we're in the middle of setting up another 800 line. So if we're going to get simplicity and eliminate complexity, this is a step in that direction. It's not going to be easy. I know that. I really know that. But I think it is a step in the right direction. And I think with the support of folks, we can make it work. And I think we can reduce some complexity that we have and make it more simple for our citizens and the people of Maryland.
thank you, Russ. Let's pivot to Quentin. Ask you briefly, is there anything, Quentin, that we didn't talk about, or anything you'd like to address with what Delegate Krebs just said?
Thanks for the opportunity. I think, it is very important that, for the community, that there is an understanding and awareness of what the differentiation is between 211 and 311, especially with 911 coming, that we're able to communicate that.
988 coming.
And
Yes.
988 that is coming, which again, that will build and increase the capacity and the need that we already have throughout the state. And so, there's still some unclarity and things that we're working on through with 988 in relation to 211 and 988, which is the new federal 1-800 lifeline crisis number that will be coming soon, and which we have now for the state, which is 211 press one, that we are trying to help to support those that are in Maryland. And so I think, again, at this time, as the delegate mentioned, is that, I think that there is some important work, that we do with 211 and 311 as well. And I think that there is, a great time for us to try and figure out how we can begin to minimize confusion across the state with the numbers and make it easy for folks to really connect to services. But I think, this is a good opportunity for that. But I think, also, again, the question is that, how will we be able to sort of communicate that, to folks who are across the state, but also ensure that we have the capacity with 211 to support the needs that folks will have for the services that we are providing.
Yes. Quentin, thank you so much for your partnership in this. Your experience and insights really helped guide this conversation. So thank you. Delegate Hill.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to follow up with Mr. Askew, because what I'm hearing you say is that the 988 doesn't have to be a barrier for us moving forward, even if it's as simple as when people call 988, they're called forward to 211. So we don't have to pause because there's a federal law that we have to implement. We're able to move forward, figure out how we can make 211, 311 work, and incorporate 988 into it as part of our planning process. Is that correct?
Well, not 988. Well, it is a federal law that has to be implemented through the state, and that they will have to determine how that will be utilized throughout here in Maryland. And with 211 press one, the understanding is that, how will that relate to, our current crisis work with 988 covering suicide, 211 press one covering suicide, behavioral health services as well. So I think there's still some unclarity how the both will coincide and what we will promote and how we will promote it across the state for both of these numbers to, which will be the preference for the state. And I know now currently 211 press one is the preference to use for our statewide services.
I'm sorry. So what I'm understanding, I want to make clear that Delegate Krebs had suggested that we pause. And what I think I hear you're saying is that we don't need to pause, that we can move forward with what the motion is and say that we need to look at statewide 311, 211, because those go along with trying to incorporate this federal mandate and that they're not in opposition to each other.
Well, we're not in opposition with 311 because we do have relationship with 311. So we currently partner in the jurisdictions that they are in now.
Okay,
so
thank you.
We currently partner with each of the 311s currently.
So one of the things I wanted to do was go back to Delegate Krebs' point, and is well taken, about the complexity, because it is very complicated. And we've kind of addressed that in the FAQs with how a rollout might look like, and opportunity for some early wins. So for instance, as part of the rollout of a statewide 311 could be the piece that comes first, which is the 311 as the non-emergency number in the state, to alleviate the fact that you have all of the different non-emergency numbers people have to know. That could happen as an iterative step in an installation process. The development of the knowledge bases that has to take place for a 311 system is not a small or small task or undertaking. The good news is most of our jurisdictions, because of their web presence, they have most of the information. It's going to be just really about getting it in place into an application. But that is going to take time. So this is not something where you're going to put up a system and flip a switch. It's going to take a few years to get done.
Bill, if you could just say, so I was asked about Are we going to continue to study this? So what you just said, it's going to be, this commission unanimously endorsed this last year. The legislation moved to move this forward. And the question is how long and what process it would be to implement. So do you want to just talk about, because we talked about starting with a website and then shifting and hiring and all that, but the state and the feds are ready to come through with some funding to launch this.
Yeah, so there's a couple iterative steps that are possible, and they have to be done in conjunction with the existing 301 centers exist, because the goal is not to cut any of the current centers off at the knees. They all perform valuable services in their jurisdictions, and you can't upset that as part of this process. So one of the things I talked about, you could have 311 as an early implementation step as the non-emergency number, very much how Baltimore City currently does it today. You call 311 in Baltimore City and you get branched into, do you need government services, or you're calling for the police non-emergency. That's a model that could be implemented throughout the state, headquartered out of MEMA. As you move forward, you could move to setting up the 311 board, who would start developing the policies, collecting the information, and you could set up, get your initial website set up, which are your information portals. And most of the counties already have this, but it's coalescing them so people don't have to go searching for them. They could go to like a Maryland 311 launch site and get information on, say, trash pickup for whatever of the 24 jurisdictions they're in. So those government services type of jurisdictions. All this would be leading to the eventual goal of having a statewide system with statewide 301 government services operators, and complemented by, as the counties choose, their own county government services operators. So that at the end of the day, you'd end up with a model where Marylanders would basically have to know 3 numbers: 211, 311, 911.
And 988, but yes. Okay, so here's what I think. Are there any other questions? Cecilia, Warren, you had your hand up, but then you took it down. Maybe your question was answered.
Yes, actually, it's not a question, it's just a comment. When we discussed this in our last meeting, I mentioned that I won't be able to vote on this. I have to decline due to my position in the executive branch. And I don't want that to be inferred as a lack of support. I just wanted to make sure that that was understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. We have well-connected people on this commission, and so they have to abstain. It's not decline to support, but it's just abstain, sort of, yes. So that will be noted. Thank you, Cecilia, and thank you. I'm glad you're part of this commission and have been. Okay, so what's the pleasure? Do we move on? We are way, way, way behind our agenda.
Senator Steve here.
Yeah, Steve, please.
I've listened intently to all of the points made, and all of them have been very on point and very articulate. But I also want to draw our collective attention to what the citizens of Louisiana are experiencing at this time. Fortunately, we in Maryland do not suffer the frequency of devastating storms that Louisiana does. But in talking to my colleagues and listening to the news media reports, one of the greatest frustrations that has come out of the last experience with Hurricane Ida was the fact that the citizens of Louisiana didn't know who to call to get their variety of needs, quasi-emergency, met. So they go to 911, and 911 is out, and they're overloaded, and it is just compounds the anguish that they are all experiencing. So I don't know what legislatively the best process is to hear, but I would hate like heck to see the momentum that this commission has generated for this topic and the large body of information that Bill Ferretti and those that have worked with him have achieved to just be put on in a parking lot. I would love to see some means by which this process moves forward in some quasi-legislative way so that the minimum is achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Is that a motion?
If I can do that and it's clear what my motion is, I'd be happy to associate with that.
Okay, is there a second to the motion to move forward with the commission 311 system?
Second.
The same. Thank you. Sean Looney seconds. Okay. You all have your cards or some facsimile of a card since we were all sent. We're looking for green cards first. If you can hold them in front of your screen. Tony, good. Okay. And Molly is counting votes. Anna, you're yellow because you have to abstain because of your new job. Okay. Same with Mr. Myers. Okay. All right. Any red cards? I see no red cards. 311 is approved. Thank you. And this is the devil's in the details, guys. We're going to have legislation. I will be working closely with my colleagues and will certainly report back to this commission, as I always have, with the details on this new service. And Robbie, I want to assure you, there is no plan or intent to ever make this an unfunded mandates on the counties. So that is a for sure. So I'm stating it here out loud. But we do need to move on. Dan Henry has been so generously waiting and hoping that he's still on.
I am. Yes.
Thank you, Dan. We are, now that it's our fault that we're late, we're going to ask you to be as brief but thorough as possible. And thank you for being with us. Nina, the National Emergency Numbers Association, has a wonderful presence on Capitol Hill, and he's going to give us a brief perspective as to what's going on in Congress.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you so much. And yeah, respecting everyone's time and needs to eat lunch. I will try to move as quickly as possible. First of all, can everyone hear me okay? Can everyone see my screen?
Yep, you can put it on presentation if you want, so we can.
Yeah, I
know how to do that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you still see it? Look good?
Yep. Great.
Great. So yes, this is the introductory spiel about NINA. We're the 911 Association, 18,000 members. We represent people inside the 911 center and all the way up the stack to state 911 administrators. Also have industry members. We speak at mostly the federal level on these issues, but occasionally on the state level when that need arises. So I'm here to talk today about federal pieces of legislation that involve 911 that are in play at various steps. So I'll jump right into it. The first is federal NG911 funding legislation. I see a lot of familiar faces on this call. Those of you have probably been very familiar with past initiatives on NG911 funding legislation. What we have right now is a quickly evolving situation involving federal budget reconciliation. So that is the process that is a sort of one-off process inside Congress during which existing programs are reauthorized for funding on an ongoing basis. We have the unique situation where NG911 is hopefully going to be included in that process. We will know for sure whether that is the case, hopefully by the end of this week when the reconciliation language comes out. What budget reconciliation means for the actual content of a federal NG911 grant program is two things. The first is the content of it. So we have this thing called the Byrd Rule, named after Senator Bob Byrd. It prevents most, if not all, changes to a current grant program, to the current grant program authorized currently in statute. So there's a current $115 million-ish federal grant program that's sort of wrapping up its period of performance right now. What this reconciliation language would do is reauthorize that program for an additional amount of money. We don't know what that additional amount of money is. We know that it's likely less than $15 billion, which was the number proposed in the Lift America Act, introduced earlier this year, which is the House Energy and Commerce Democrats' infrastructure proposal. The Byrd Rule basically prevents any major policy changes from taking place, any major policy departure from that existing grant program, right? Because this is a budget resolution. This is not an actual piece of legislation. And so it doesn't get the same amount of debate and discussion. So the Byrd rule specifies that because it doesn't have that sort of due process as it moves through Congress, you can't make any specific policy changes to those programs. You can just reauthorize them so that they can continue functioning as they were. So we're hopeful for that. Like I said, we'll probably know a lot more in the next 48 to 72 hours. It's unfortunate that this meeting's taking place on Thursday and not tomorrow. By the time we'll probably have language, but here's where we are. Our next piece of federal legislation is the 911 Saves Act. This requires a little bit of explanation for our viewers. The Bureau of Labor Statistics classifies almost all of the occupations in the United States into major and minor groups for basically data sharing purposes between federal government agencies. So that, for instance, the US Department of Agriculture has the same definition of 911 dispatcher or 911 specialist as the FBI. So that when they're doing data analysis, when they're doing statistical analysis, they can agree on, say, how many 911 dispatchers there are in the country, or what constitutes a dispatcher versus a telecommunicator versus a 911 specialist, et cetera. The problem that this act aims to solve is that currently the federal government considers 911 public safety telecommunicators, which is the title that they use, same as a dispatcher, same as PST, a TC, all of these various acronyms, generally considered the same thing. They consider that position to be a clerical position, which is bad for a couple of reasons. First is that it's frankly sort of an insult to those who work in the PSAP, those who work in 911 centers, and who do a lot more than just clerical work. The second is that it hampers data collection because it will focus data collection that the federal government does on things like carpal tunnel syndrome, right? Instead of post-traumatic stress disorder, right? Which is really what we're far more concerned about inside the 911 center, right? We have a lot of mental health and wellness issues inside 911. And if we want the government to be collecting data on those, we want them to be asking the right questions. The solution as proposed here, sponsored by Representative Torres, Fitzpatrick, and 91 other members of the House of Representatives, is to reclassify public safety telecommunicators as a protective service. It's going to do that. Yes.
Can I just say that 7 of the 10 Maryland federal representatives are members of the Next Gen 911 caucus, and that they are allies, and that we would love to have Steny Hoyer, Andy Harris, and Ben Cardin joined so that we can be unanimous. But Maryland stands ready with 70%. We hope to do better.
That is fantastic. And I'm sure due in no small part to the efforts of those on this Zoom call. So big thank you again for all of your effort on that. And yes, the more the merrier, both in the NG911 caucus and in co-sponsoring this bill. Right now, the bill sits in the House Education and Labor Committee, which is a challenging spot. Representative Bobby Scott, the chair of that committee, actually spoke out against 911 saves when it was last introduced in the last Congress. He has basically taken the advice of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is a sort of technocratic argument about data continuity and about how the standard occupational classification system isn't really meant to reflect the importance of the jobs, but rather the functions of the jobs. And he has taken that to heart, and he sort of stands on that ground. So we need to win him over. We need to win over the ranking member, Virginia Fox from North Carolina. And we also have a Maryland member, Kwesi Mfume from District 7 on the House Ed and Labor Committee. What we're envisioning is that there's going to have to be a relitigation of this issue inside the committee, essentially, on the merits. So we're going to have to collect the data. We're going to have to present a convincing case that telecommunicators should be reclassified. And then hopefully that will win the day for this legislation. Next piece of legislation. Apologize, I'm moving so quickly, but we have 2 more bills and I have 3 more minutes.
I was just going to say, Dan, yeah, go ahead.
This is the Protect 911 Act. So this basically directs the Centers for Disease Control to begin collecting data on telecommunicator suicides. In the past, there was some data collection, but it wasn't very good. It wasn't sort of holistic. So this directs the CDC to do that explicitly, and then fold that data into the NVDRS, National Violent Death Reporting System, which is where we also record first responder, field responder, line of duty deaths, so that we can put these alongside each other so that we can learn more about sort of the national scope of how working in a PSAP affects 911 professionals, 911 specialists. It also directs DHS to create a grant program for behavioral health and wellness programs within PSAPs, which is really exciting for us. There's the other information up on the screen, HR 4319, if you'd like more information. Last bill is the most recent bill. This is introduced by Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers and Representative Dingle from Michigan. This is the Isaac Alerting Act. So this one is not what you think it is. This requires the Federal Communications Commission to examine the feasibility of implementing what it refers to as a 911 disability alerting system. So for those of you inside 911, I know what happens when you hear the word alerting. This is not that. What this is basically they want the FCC to investigate the feasibility, the costs, the things that need to be considered in requiring a sort of nationwide additional data database, so that if I have a disabled family member on whom I am calling 911 on behalf of, right? Say that I have an autistic child or something like that who is maybe nonverbal, or who, may be not able to leave the house on his or her own, right? This is asking for the FCC to investigate whether we can have additional data repositories contain data on those callers and on those homes that appears in the PSAP when one of those 911 calls is made. They're basically looking for more information on this. Those of you inside 911, we know this exists and can happen, but the FCC is going to investigate how it would look on a national scale. I've got some screenshots from the bill text here that you can look at after that I think will help clarify exactly what this is, but it is definitely worth clarifying. So I know I promised to go under 10 minutes. I'm right at 10 minutes. I apologize for that. Happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. Dan, great job. And thank you for all your work. It's critically important and amplifies so much of what we're working on here. Folks will be talking about suicide and PTSD and so many of the issues, as well as reclassification that Dan is working on at the federal level. Dan, we are doing that hopefully here in Maryland. So if there are urgent questions for Dan Henry of NENA, National Emergency Numbers Association. I see none. Again, Dan, we want to thank you for your patience, your advocacy, and your partnership in this. And
thank you all. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great afternoon.
Dan, if you would like to send me and Ryan the slides, then we'll make sure that the commission gets those.
You got it. Thank you so much.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Super. Thank you, Molly. Molly, I'm going to toss it to you. So how do we start to catch up here, and what do you want to do? The next thing on the agenda was a break.
Speaking on mute. The next thing on the agenda was a break, and then we were going to get into subcommittee recommendations. So I do imagine everybody wants a break at this point. And so what we'll do, I think, because I know that Professor Hoke will be joining us at noon, we'll switch and do finance and structure recommendations first after the break, and then cycle back to tech and cyber. And and people will need to eat some food, so maybe to grab some food during this break, or we got 10 minutes of break. Senator Kagan, does that work?
That
I think before we adjourn for a quick break, Quentin, you had a comment that you wanted to raise.
Yeah, thanks, Molly. It was just one quick comment that I wanted to second what Delegate Krebs had mentioned, is that, when looking at the funding and sustainability for 311, it will definitely be important to look at 211 as well, because we know there will be some cross-pollination with constituents calling, but it will be important for us to be able to build our capacity across the state, again, as we are looking for that support and partnering with 311. So I just wanted to second that, what the delegate mentioned, and make sure we think about that as we're looking at the funding and the structure for the entities.
Thank you, Quentin. Okay, we will
Okay.
see you here in 10
I was
minutes.
gonna say,
5:03.
yeah, at 11:55.
Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you.
It is 11:55. And this commission is known for starting and ending on time, including after breaks. So if you can put your faces on when you are back, so we make sure that we've got the ability to restart.
Senator Kagan, I'm back, but we're still trying to find the packet. I've got the different individual things that were sent, but I don't have the packet of slides. Can somebody send that back out? My aide's been looking for it. I've got some of the other stuff was sent yesterday, but I just don't have the packet of slides.
Okay. Delegate Krebs, why don't you email?
We've done that. We just mentioned.
All right, I'll follow up.
If anybody's on there listening, we have emailed somebody.
Okay, thank you.
It's so much great information. I want to make sure I have it in front of me, can put my notes on it. Thank you.
Of course.
Yep, I have the email.
Okay. Is everyone back? Let's see.
Molly, I see your phone number, not your face or your name.
Oh. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but not see you.
Okay.
Don't have your. Okay, we totally understand that people are eating lunch. This is lunchtime. That does not offend. So, so Molly, we can change the screen to the subcommittee. And we are, okay. So briefly, hopefully folks are back. Thank you for respecting a quick break. And there will be another break, which will be the official lunch break, but you can eat now, later, or whenever is good for you and your body. So as commissioners who have been involved with this know, but for those who may be watching or joining recently, we like to have an engaged debate. We also have been working mostly through our 4 subcommittees. So a lot of the questions and issues have been resolved over the last several months. And so we have answers for them, and many people who might have had questions or concerns have had them addressed already. So I just want to flag that this is not like a shoving it through super fast. So if people have questions or concerns, we want to hear them. We do, again, I mentioned at the beginning, all boats rise together. We care about all 24 jurisdictions and making sure that, that our policies and recommendations work for the whole state, as well as our visitors and businesses and nonprofits and all that. We want to keep everyone safe and healthy. We do have 3 voting cards, and we've already used them once. We have a green card, which is, yes, I support this. A red card, no, I oppose this. And the yellow card generally is, I abstain for conflict of interest reasons or because of my job and stuff. And we want to hear from folks who have a yellow or red card on display. With that, Molly, let's move forward. Before we start, does anybody have any quick questions or urgent need to say anything before we get going? And we are going to be looking to catch up. We are behind on our agenda, but we also had a very rich debate. So thank you for that. We changed the order because we have an important person with us again that we are delighted to have with us. The Finance and Structure Subcommittee is one that I chair, and I am grateful for everyone who has served on that, either officially or unofficially. Molly, we can begin. We have 5 issues that we are going to be talking about, and we are leading off with workers' compensation. This is critically important, and enough so that we engaged with a couple of legal professors to help do some research in addition to mission critical partners, Karen Henry, who brought great expertise to this. And so why don't we start with that? And if I can toss to Dr. Hope, why don't you set the frame for us, and then we'll go from there.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Kagan. It's just Kathy. JDs don't qualify as doctors. That's my brother, Dr. Hoke, and my sister-in-law, Dr. Hoke. But thanks for the promotion in any case. I assume folks have the report, right, Senator?
Yes, Ryan, that was sent out with the care package, I believe, right?
That was sent out digitally last night in a follow-up email from Molly. So if you're looking for an email, you can search for
Molly Falls.
Terrific, thanks. So folks, if you have or at your leisure, to read more extensively through the report, but let me just give you the highlights and then, hopefully ask any questions that you might have about, kind of policy options or strategies moving forward. So the fundamental question here is whether and how, 911 professionals can qualify for workers' compensation benefits, essentially for mental health damages, typically including depression and PTSD, right? We know there is a strong evidence base, and there's some resources cited here that 911 specialists do experience high levels of depression and PTSD simply due to the nature of their work. And yet under Maryland law, there is no presumption that would be a covered injury under the workers' compensation statute. To be sure, they can prove and they could succeed in a workers' compensation case and get compensation or coverage for their mental health services and an injury associated with PTSD or depression, but they have to prove that causal connection. What having to prove that does, number one, it deters claims because the workers' compensation system is designed to be pretty fluid and kind of easy to maneuver as an administrative process. And really what we often come down to is, not whether there was an injury and it was caused at work, but how much compensation there should be and how long that should last. But here, the big hurdle for folks without this presumption is proving, number one, that you have the condition, PTSD or depression, and number two, the causation between your employment and the PTSD. Our thoughts here are, sorry, my screen just changed a little. Our thoughts here are that, that impediment deters people from filing and costs them more in lawyers' fees to get that case rolling, in expert fees and get that case rolling. And there's a little bit of risk that they won't succeed, right? And so, coming out at the end of that with having paid lawyers' fees and the like, and having no compensation at the end of the day. So we look to see what are examples from around the country that might work and fill the gap here. First, Colorado is an example, and Colorado actually doesn't distinguish this particular compensation system for 911 specialists, but for any employee. And so it talks about the employee being able to demonstrate through a psychologist or a psychiatrist that they have the condition and that, that they are, kind of partially or totally incapacitated. That's just formal language, but that there is something inherent in the conditions of their employment that caused that harm. So it just makes it a little bit easier. Makes clear that these are types of harm that are compensable under the workers' compensation system and sets up a standard for demonstrating both the harm and the connection between the harm and the work. The better example probably is Oregon. For our purposes, is a more narrow approach, and Oregon specifically has a statute that applies to a couple of other professionals, but specifically to 911 specialists that really takes that presumption into effect. So Oregon says, well, if you are in one of these positions and you are diagnosed with PTSD or really PTSD here, then there is a presumption that that comes from your employment, because we know the nature of your employment. We know that statistically speaking, the likelihood of the connection between that employment and the PTSD is high. So the employee just needs to demonstrate the condition, and there is a presumption that it is caused by the employment. Again, even here in a presumption situation, an employer, if they felt there was some other, basis, maybe, some other extreme situation occurred for an employee, an employer could try to rebut the presumption. So employers aren't left with any kind of resources or opportunity to rebut that presumption. But the employee has, there's that kind of deterrent of, wow, I might not succeed on this. And I'm going to have to come, I have the burden of proof, and I'm going to have to come up with all of these experts to show the connection between my job and my illness. That goes away in a presumption. So the question I think for this group to think through is this something that folks want to move forward on? And that is, providing that presumption of coverage for PTSD for 911 specialists. How broad do you want the statute to read? How narrow do you want the statute to read? And, really kind of, those are, I think, the extant questions. We have the Colorado language is, the site to the Colorado statute is in the report, as well as the Oregon statute, if people want to see specific statutory language. So kind of on that note, I'm happy to answer any questions that folks have.
Thank you, Kathy. You're just so smart. I want to give you titles. We can take questions now. I also, though, want to give Karen Henry an opportunity to add anything on. And Molly, I don't know if now's a good time to put up the charts. I want to flag for everyone that in your care package, you were sent this chart, which is totally impossible to read, but I hope you pull it out of what we sent you. And if you did not get it, I think Ryan probably emailed it to you as well. But my subcommittee went through a painstaking, very careful effort based on Kathy's report with her legal assistant student, Brooke Kassoff, going through other states, looking at the different aspects. And Karen Henry from Mission Critical, you can see the list of states that have workers' comp aspects, and then we voted on them. She was able to tease out some of the common denominators. And we said, yes, we think that's reasonable for us to do in Maryland, or no, we think that's either too loose or too strict or too whatever. And then we voted. So those were the green, yellow, and red on this chart. So we can go through those. I also want to acknowledge before going forward that my friend and Senate colleague, Ed Riley, has joined us. And I know he had other meetings this morning. So Senator Riley, thank you very much for your service for 4 years on this commission and for joining us today for this important conversation. Okay, so in case for anyone who's listening at home, but hopefully you can read the this chart or parts of this chart. Sean and Deli Krebs, okay to run through this chart first? Or do you have a question? Okay.
No, that's fine.
I'm going to
Thank
go
you.
very quickly left to right here. Legislation includes first responder exceptions. We said yes. And again, Karen Henry, I'm going to ask you to clarify on any of this. The second column here, and Molly, maybe you can put the cursor. Yeah. Rebuttable presumption that employees' mental health effects are an occupational injury. And that goes back to what Kathy Hope was just talking about and what Dan Henry from NENA talked about with mental health presumption, PTSD rates, suicidal ideation, and completed suicides, including tragically most recently in Harford County, are of being a 911 specialist, and that needs to be recognized. The third column must prove the injury was a result of work-related physical injury. We said no to that, so that's not going to be a part of our proposal. The fourth column, for a mental or nervous injury arising out of the employment that is not accompanied by any physical injury, only medical benefits are available. We did not think that was the way to go. The next column, limits benefits arising from a mental or emotional injury to law enforcement officers who use or are the target of deadly force in the line of duty and or firefighters diagnosed with PTSD caused by witnessing another firefighter die in the line of duty. That's obviously not so applicable to our 911 specialists. And then each of the last three columns, we said, yes, were good ideas to include in our recommendations. So that was mental injury. You can't claim PTSD or you can't claim workers' comp if you got fired or demoted or something. That makes no sense. And so we want to protect the state and the counties and that. The next one is you have to be diagnosed and examined by a psychiatrist or psychologist who practices in Maryland. You can't just say it. So again, that's further protection and further narrowing to make sure that we're not just opening up some random floodgates just cause. And the last column, it's got to fit the American Psychiatric Association's DSM, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. So it's got to be based on something that's real and that's diagnosable. So that's the way we went through this. Karen Henry, briefly, anything you want to add? And then we'll take questions from Sean Looney and Delegate Krebs.
No, just like Senator Kagan has explained, as well as Professor Hoke, we did a national comparison of states for legislation that has passed, and we were able to pull out and extract very specific and detailed elements that we would like to bring forward to the commission. We're excited. This is something that's necessary, and like Senator Kagan has said, it's time. It's past time, and we just want your support. And I'll be happy to answer any questions if you want to field those questions.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you again. I said it before, but really your work on this was really superb. So thank you, Sean Looney. Your question.
Yes, thank you, Senator. So the question is, and I'm not an attorney, and I'm asking this as a member of the business community in Maryland. And we can talk about this offline if necessary, but when I hear about rebuttable presumptions and things like that, will anything we do here affect the ability of litigation to go forward regarding injuries in the workplace, et cetera? Because Maryland has this balance between the business community and the trial lawyers to try to make sure that there's no unfair advantage in this whole area. And I just would love to be assured that anything we do here will not affect that balance between the business community and the trial bar on rebuttable presumptions and compensatory damages, things like that. And again, I ask as a non-lawyer, so if the lawyers tell me it's a really dumb question, I won't be offended.
I'm a law professor. I never say anything's a dumb question, right? We love questions. That's how we teach. So for sure, it's a great question. So I think the short answer is that settled balance should not be disturbed at all by this. First of all, we're still talking about the administrative proceedings before the Workers' Compensation Commission. We're not talking about litigation in court that is, outside the boundaries here. This is really just creating an easier road for a very small number of employees for certain injuries in that administrative system that we have, that I think finds that balance that you're talking about. And then the other point to make is, again, it is a very narrow set of employees. This is saying with respect to our 911 specialists who have been diagnosed with a particular illness, they can proceed with that presumption. And again, there is the ability for the employer to rebut that. So I think this is about the narrowest approach that accomplishes the goal, but shouldn't unsettle that balance that you speak to, Mr. Looney.
Thank you very much for your answer. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you. Delegate Krebs, followed by Delegate Hill and Tiffany Harvey.
Thank you very much. Thanks for such great information. I like the state-by-state information. The one group that I think is missing, really should be speaking with, is our Workman's Comp Commission. I did speak to them a couple of months ago about this. And the biggest issue here is called the presumption. Right now, these folks can still go forward. They just have to make their case. And I know everyone wants to have an easier road making their case. I get that. But right now, the employer is the counties. It is the taxpayers. It is our county, our counties. That's who employs 911 operators. So, and even though it's a narrow set of employees, my concern is with presumptions. When they started off years ago, they were for physical injuries, for firefighters, police officers, for things that happen years later, like cancers. And that's how it all started. The presumption, again, workman's comp, they are all eligible for it, just like everyone else for mental health issues. So they can do it right now. It's the presumption issue. My concern about opening the presumptions up for mental health issues for these folks is that what is next? Because in my opinion, we have a lot of people, especially right now, teachers, nurses, doctors that are really going through these same things with COVID. And to pick out one group for mental health reasons and say, yes, 911 operators are going to have presumption, basically it's very difficult to rebut, but not all these other groups of people, which are much larger. And I think we've got to be very careful of the can of worms that we're opening, because currently they can get workman's comp for this. They just have to prove their case, just like all these other folks. And we've got a lot of them. And I have a difficult time saying that theirs is more important than our people in the front lines in emergency rooms or in our schools, a mass shooting in a school. So I just do not like taking away the word presumption is the only problem that I have. Not the ability to get workman's comp, which they can today. So that's.
Thank you, Delegate Krebs.
Thank you.
That will be when we vote. But we, just so you know, we did meet with workers' comp people. We met with Chesapeake. We've met with a lot of people. As you know, the subcommittees have been very active for months. And so just because we're not doing it here in the full commission and take up the full commission's time, that is part of what helped guide us to this process. And we've already spoken to other legislators, and this would not be breaking new ground. There are a number of other professions that already have presumption, so this is not new. Delegate Hill, did you have a question?
It's all right. I did not get the package, so I was trying to get clarity on where you are on column 5. I didn't hear if it was red or green, but I can answer.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 limits benefits. That one is yellow.
Great.
Karen,
That's exactly what I hoped it was. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Ryan, if you haven't emailed everything to Delegate Hill and anyone else who doesn't have their packet, please put in private chat to Ryan Kirby, and he will send you whatever you don't have in front of you. That is the scoop on the journey that we have made on workers' comp. The Finance and Structure Subcommittee has voted on this. Molly, you can take this chart away. So we can take a motion to approve. This is the language that we are proposing. A 911 specialist's daily work is demanding, harrowing, and essential to public health and safety. Maryland's 911 specialists are the first responders in an emergency. They regularly receive some of the most challenging and traumatizing appeals for help. Their courageous public service is essential to saving lives. Since 911 specialists are routinely exposed to events causing post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, during the course of their employment, and because of the severe nature and cumulative effects of PTSD, it is the duty of each county to provide coverage to 911 specialists for their work-related injury. PTSD and other mental health conditions suffered by a 911 specialist are compensable injuries or occupational diseases when clear and convincing evidence indicates causation by an event or events arising out of and in the course of the 911 specialist's employment. So with that, that is and there's more.
And there's more. It's a long one.
It is a long one. Sorry, I forgot that. Thanks, Molly. Mental health conditions such as PTSD. And I am reading these for the benefit of Cecilia Warren, who cannot read them herself, and for anyone else who has any disabilities. So I want to explain that. Mental health conditions such as PTSD shall meet the criteria specified by the most recent edition of the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM. I already referenced that. The 911 specialist must be examined and diagnosed with the mental health condition by a psychologist or psychiatrist licensed to practice in the jurisdiction where treatment is rendered. No compensation shall be awarded when PTSD is a result of personnel-related action, including but not limited to disciplinary action, work evaluation, job transfer, layoff, involuntary demotion, termination, retirement, or similar action taken in good faith by the employer. The Commission recommends any workers' compensation policy which provides coverage for a 911 specialist to include coverage for PTSD and recognizes that the number of PTSD compensable claims may affect the Maryland workers' compensation system, causing actual claim frequency to be different than otherwise expected. So that is the proposed language that has been approved by the Finance and Structure Subcommittee and is here before the full commission for your consideration.
I move commission approval.
Thank you. So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Senator Riley. Any questions or comments to Greentree briefly, and then Delegate Krebs, and then we will vote.
I just want to say that, I spent 35 years working in a 911 center in this state. And this, although I have retired now, I think that this legislation is extremely important. I think that the job that I saw from the time I started to the time that I retired from it changed dramatically, and it changes who you are, changes the way you look at the world. And I truly hope that we're able to move this forward for my colleagues who are in that job today. So I think it's very important legislation.
Thank you, Sue, and thank you for your career of public safety as a first responder. The stories that you told us through the journey on this issue in particular were chilling. And so we are lucky to have you as a part of this. Thank you. Delegate Krebs by Robbie Sandless.
I'm sorry. I read it and I've got it in front of me. I don't see the words in here, presumption. So are we not putting the presumption in?
The legislation has not yet been drafted.
No, but that's
my assumption. No, that's totally fair. My assumption, the whole point of doing this is to put the presumption in.
Okay, and that is the key question. And I think it's a little misleading, this wording, because all of this is great and I agree with it. The presumption is the key issue here that is opening a floodgate. So I think we need to make it very clear that the language we're expecting is the presumption piece. The rest of this I'm fine with. It's that you don't have any rebuttability to it. So I'm going to have to vote red just because you're telling me that this is a presumption and it doesn't say it here. And I think it is misleading. So, because it's a big deal for workman's comp for what we're doing here. But I think that just make it clear, this is a presumption and is it's unrebuttable for the counties, pretty much unrebuttable. And this will be opening a precedent for many other of our government workers that work in really tough spots too. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you. I learned from a colleague that we have presumption for prison guards, in addition to police, firefighters, and many others.
And they're all because of physical issues. And we'll have that debate later, but they're because of physical issues. People throw urine at prison guards and feces. And so it's for different kinds of reasons, but.
Thank you. Robbie, and then
sure. And that vagueness was a concern that we had during the committee, because it alluded to presumption, but not necessarily supported presumption. I did make a motion during the subcommittee meeting to specifically say that there would not be presumption. It did not receive a second. So just to kind of put that on the record, but as Delegate Krebs just said, I too will be voting red because of the cost concerns for the counties.
Thank you, Robbie. Cecilia?
Yes, my concern with the term of presumption is that it may allow an individual to use this sort of as a defense from receiving disciplinary action, or should they be subject to a personnel action for poor performance. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
So Cecilia, I'm gonna ask Molly to put that portion of the motion back up, because we specifically addressed that. So that, I mean, you can vote however you want for whatever reasons you want, but we specifically addressed that, and so that is not permissible. It's at the end. Molly, I think.
Yeah, there's a passage on the. There you go.
So no compensation shall be awarded when PTSD is a result of a personnel-related action, including but not limited to disciplinary action, work evaluation, job transfer, layoff, involuntary demotion, termination, retirement, or similar action taken in good faith by the employer. We addressed that. That was one of the columns in the chart, and other states had done that, and we agreed that that was wise. So you fire me because I'm doing the job badly. I shouldn't be able to claim workers' comp and cost that county. Is that
Okay, thank you.
Additionally,
for
to
your concern?
and
All right,
I also
sorry.
wanted to-
Cecilia, does that answer your questions and concerns?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, Sue, is your hand up from before or do you need to? Okay, I think that's from before. Okay, and Robbie has spoken, Cecilia has spoken. I think the hands can come down and we will not, it sounds like we will not have unanimous, but let's have cards up, please. Green cards, please, put them up. Green cards. Molly, can you have the full screen, please? We can get rid of the statement. Tracy German is voting green. She is not able to be on camera. Okay, Mr. Myers is yellow because of conflict. Okay, and the reds, let's put the reds up. All right, Delegate Krebs didn't get her thing, so for the record, Mr. Samlis and Delegate Krebs. And Mr. Roper has abstained as well. We didn't get to see his card. Okay, that is approved. Thank you. Moving on to the next one. Kathy Hoke, thank you so much for your work, your expertise. And again, on Karen.
Sure thing, always available. So just check in when you need me next.
You're wonderful. We will. Thank you.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you too. Molly, let's go back to the next item on the subcommittee. All right, so let's, so this one I think will be pretty quick. I don't want to presume. As we heard with presentation and what we said at the beginning was there's some counties that have already maxed out what we thought was going to take years and years. Some counties have already maxed the 75% that we allowed them. And so that's, so what we are proposing is that any county at their own, based on their own decisions, can increase the local portion. So they don't have to keep coming back to the county council or to the state of Maryland for approval. And so what it says is, because I'm sorry, I'm doing this because I'm also messaging people because not everybody is muted and we're getting back. Because 911 revenues have fallen short of expectations following the enactment of Carl Henn's law, several counties have found it necessary to raise the county portion of the 911 fee. The commission recommends that all counties be authorized to set the local portion of the 911 fee to a level that will cover the eligible expenses of their PSAP, of their 911 center. So in other words, if they want to raise it by another dime or 25 cents or 50 cents at the local portion only, that they would not need to come back and get legislative permission to do so. Senator Riley, you have a question?
Very much.
Making a motion.
So who would be the body which authorizes the increase in the fee?
Thank you for the question. That would be the county. That would be the county council, county executive, or the county commissioners, but it would be the local and it would be raised just on the local residents.
Thank you very much.
Of course. While you're there, do you want to make the motion to approve this local authority?
I move in favor.
Excellent. Do we have a second?
Seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Souter, Mr. Vice Chair. Any questions, any debate? Delegate Krebs.
Sorry to be the naysayer today. We just passed this bill 2 years ago in our committee, which we had a really tough time in the House getting it passed. And I like the idea of local control, but there's no limit on this. And right now we've just had a report earlier saying we don't even know what the revenues are going to be. I think we're doing this prematurely because they could up this next year and then we come up with new revenues. And we're still in the getting it together mode of and right now we're implementing a next generation 911. I believe that will soon flatten out once all the new stuff is in place, all the new capital costs. I just think it's premature to do this when we just allowed in our county raised it the full amount.
We did.
I just think there's no limit on it here. And
Delegate Krebs, I'm going to hear that as a question, and I'm going to let Kevin Canale and Robbie Sandless answer that, and then I can add on, which is probably not going to be needed. Kevin or Robbie, whoever wants to go first.
Thank you. I'll just say that I understand the concern, and I think it's really difficult to try and put a ceiling here. And you're right, we don't have all the data, but we do know that even though counties have raised the rate in line with what the bill allowed them to do, they're not even close. Some of them are not even close. So I think the limit is that this has to be approved by the local government. It's subject to a public hearing. There will be constituent input. And so I don't think there's going to be a situation where somebody goes nuts and says, well, we want to charge $100, right? It's not going to be that. It's still going to be done in an open forum, and they're going to be subject to that accountability. So I really appreciate the work that we've done, and it's vitally important that the fee does what we need it to do. And I think we're going to have to keep smoothing out the rough edges here, but this gives us the flexibility, and it stops the General Assembly from having to keep coming back to this issue over and over again. So I would advise and ask that everybody approves this, because it is vitally important for county governments. And that's really the point of this commission, was to make sure that we can do this and roll this out statewide equitably. And we need to make sure every county has the revenue they need to do that. I understand the concern, but.
Robbie, do you have something to add?
Sure, and just to add on to that, all counties are required to have an independent external audit performed every year that shows how much they brought in, and that the costs that they are applying it to are eligible costs. I can just speak to Hartford in that we bring in about $2.5 million, but our costs are in the $6, $7, $8 million range. So even if we were to go up to the maximum level, we would still be significantly short. And this is probably no different than any other dedicated revenue, impact fees or things like that the counties have. There are laws to make sure that we're not using it to fund other things. And again, I think for all the counties, there's just going to be an inherent limit on what they would do. Right now, we are considerably subsidizing this operation through general fund revenues that could otherwise be used for any other government services.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
That is a really good point, though. I mean, remember that we cannot use this money for anything else except 911. And that has been made very clear by this commission and by federal law. So that's another check on this as well. And I think that needs to be known.
Yes. And I would just add that the folks who would propose this are up for election at some point. And so the accountability that Kevin Canale referenced, there couldn't be some crazy amount that would be increased without voters having their say. So with that,
Shar, did you?
Second, Kev?
I did. Shar had her hand up. Did you?
I didn't see
Kevin
that. Sorry. Hey,
addressed,
Shar.
yeah, Kevin addressed it. I just wanted to make sure that it was very clear that raising the fees were subject to the existing guide rails to make sure that it is for 911 only.
Yes.
And making sure that everybody was aware that this guideline was in place.
Thank you, Shar. Appreciate that. I want to reiterate, not only in our law, as was just said, but also there is a pot of over $15 billion, as Dan Henry just said, over $15 billion available in federal funding for Next Gen 911. And the one condition, the one way that we become not eligible is if we spend a dime of 911 funding on anything else. So people are going to be very prudent about that. So they would be violating the law, and they would really cost themselves literally and figuratively. So with that, there are some folks who need to abstain from this vote based on their positions, but those who are eligible to vote, let's have green cards first, please. Authorizing local governments. Okay, let's see, greens, and Tracy, you're not, do you want to speak out on your vote? And then are there any red?
She's green in the chat. She's green in chat.
I'm green.
Green in chat. Thank you. Any red votes? I see no red.
Delegate Krebs, is that yellow with your highlighter? Okay.
Okay. All right. So we've got a couple yellows either on concerns or on abstentions based on their job. So that issue is done. Thank you very much. Moving on, Molly. Next issue, please. Going back to our chart. This is very brief. This is housekeeping, making sure that we continue to get updates from the comptroller because of the problems that we've seen with audits so far, and because of the number of years it's going to take before we get everyone audited. We don't want the report to the 911 board to to expire. So what we have is, as the 911 fee structure continues to evolve, it is necessary to ensure carrier compliance with the proper fee collection and remittance, and it's both parts. The carriers get from us, and then they give to the comptroller, which gives to the 911 board, which then gives to the counties. In addition to the annual report to the 911 board, the comptroller shall provide quarterly updates through December 31st, 2024 on carrier fee remittance audits and notify the 911 board immediately of any deficiencies. After December 31st, 2024, the comptroller will report any deficiencies as soon as practicable, but not less than quarterly. This was approved unanimously by this subcommittee. I will take a motion, please, for this housekeeping accountability issue.
Move favorable.
Thank you, Senator Riley. Is there a second?
Braintree, second.
Thank you, Sue. Delegate Hill, do you have a question?
Really quick, just for the record, for those of us who aren't on the committee, this difference between what's going to happen up till December 24th, particularly giving the early report and the problems they're having doing, frankly, 1/10 of the 1/5 of the audits that are necessary, and this change from immediate to as practical. Could you just clarify those two distinctions before and after December 31st, 2024?
Who wants to do that? Molly, you want to handle that? You want me to?
I'm trying to find.
Sherry? So bottom line is the 911 board needs the information while Sherry's looking for the backs.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have, thank you. Sorry, Senator, I had myself double muted. So yes, the thought was that we wanted these quarterly reports as this was new. And that's why we had the 2024 requirement for them to provide quarterly reports and to also notify immediately if they find anything. So even if it's in between the quarterly reports, we want the 911 board to know. After the 31st, they no longer have to provide the quarterly reports. They're still always required to provide the annual report. And we're saying we also want them to report any deficiencies as soon as possible, but at the very least, not less than quarterly. So if they are finding any sort of issue or someone who's not reporting correctly or someone who's not remitting correctly, we would ask that they report to the 911 board as soon as possible.
So
but
Delegate
at the very
Hill,
least,
right. By December 31st, 2024, I think the expectation is that the biggies, and as Sean Looney said earlier, the biggies are where the money is going to be. So Joe's service station, which sells, 100 prepaid phone cards each year, if they goof up, we get an extra $10 or something into the 911 fund. But if we're talking about I won't even start naming names, but if we talk about the big carriers, we're talking about potentially millions of dollars. And as Delegate Krebs said, that has an impact on local decisions about funding increases, fee increases, but it also depends on the distribution. So we want to get that information as soon as possible. We think by the end of 2024, we will be in good shape with all of the biggies, and we will just want to be kept informed. And we being the 911.
So
will be done with
just a quick follow-up, and I appreciate all the work going into this. So to the point, and again, just from the earlier report from Controller's Office, of the 11 groups that they're auditing now, only 2 of them are biggies. And so we might want to consider, unless it's not necessary, just saying that they need to prioritize getting the larger one audited sooner, because there's nothing that tells them right now, as I understand it, that they have to do the big guys first, and they're not. They're doing 2 out of 11 over the big guys. It's going to take them 2 or 3 years. This is a 2-year period. By the time the bill passes in 2022, you're talking about 8 quarters and then changing. And, and I'm not even sure from what he says if they have the ability to report immediately on deficiencies. So I'm both concerned about it's important that we give them the right direction. I'm concerned that they're not even going to be able to follow it if we give it to them. And so if we say that they need to get the larger carriers done sooner.
Delegate Hill?
to get up to date, yeah.
May I hear
No.
that as an amendment?
So,
Yes.
so can I?
Mhm.
Yeah, Senator, can I jump in really quickly? I am almost 100% certain that our legislation last year, that our report required, and I see Molly shaking her head yes. Delegate Hill, that was in the report last year, the requirement that they had to do all of the big carriers within the first 2 years.
All right, thank you.
Just to clarify, Sherry, you just said in the report and then you said in the law. I just want to clarify for Delegate Hill. Can you clarify which that is and whether it's both?
I will need to verify that it made it into legislation. I know it was in the report from last year.
Delegate Hill, if there's, we will verify.
Just move ahead and we can come back.
And whether
after.
it doesn't bother me at all if we need to clarify and,
Right.
and emphasize in this year's report, not necessarily in legislation if it's already in law, but
correct.
Reiterate that.
Maybe we can, even if it's in there just to save time, perhaps we just emphasize it again.
I think I have no problem.
Just put it back in. I'd like to amend it to include that statement.
I think that's a friendly amendment. I don't have any problem. Molly, Sherry, you good with that? Friendly amendment? Any objection?
Yes,
Friendly
I just put a comment in there and highlighted it.
Okay,
so I
we
just
will
stopped
add
sharing.
that, Delegate Hill. Thank you.
And maybe with a definition of what we mean by the larger carriers.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna, so oh, you see the highlighted section there on the screen? Delegate Hill, you see that?
It's not clean, but we'll
Yeah, and
we'll
that's
just
the
clean that.
sense. That's the sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I'm fine with
All right.
that. Thank you very much for accepting that.
Okay, thank you. Tiffany Harvey, did you still have a question?
Yeah, just real quick, in the event that there is something that's found, any discrepancies or deficiencies that are found by the comptroller's office, is there a requirement to notify that specific carrier immediately as well?
We talked about that this morning when the comptroller was here, and he indicated, Chris Riley indicated that they are always informed. And yes, and then the 911 board is also informed. So yes, thank you for that question. Yeah, there's no gotcha in this. We want to make sure we are partnering. We want to make sure that the carriers are doing it right, that they're collecting it right, that they're remitting it right, and then that the 911 centers are getting the funding that the law requires. Does that make sense to everybody? We good? All right, we have a motion and a second. Can we do cards? Green cards up, please. Get them close to everybody see them. Okay. And Anna Sierra is abstaining because of her new job. Are there any red cards? I see no red cards. And I think other than Anna Sierra because of her job, I think we're good on that one. Next item. So you guys, I know this is clunkier than it would be in person, and I regret that, but thank you for hanging in and doing the best we can on this. Molly, the next item. The next slide. The portal. Okay, so I think you've all heard, I think we've covered this on both oversight and accountability as well as this subcommittee, the concept of sort of the black box of payments, vendors not being able to find out what the status is. I have been talking to a number of people and this proposal, I'm going to read it briefly. It is already something that's been talked about. This is not something that will be owned by, paid for, or supervised by this commission or by the 911 board. This is just us chiming in and saying, we think this is a good idea. So let me read this and then I will just say a little bit more. This is because of the ongoing challenges with delayed payments to vendors and the lack of county and vendor visibility into the payment process, the commission recommends the creation of a billing and payment portal in consultation with agencies, including the comptroller, the Maryland Department of Budget and Management, the Maryland Department of General Services, and the Department of Information Technology. In addition to supporting Maryland's 24 911 centers, the billing and payment portal will provide clarity for all departments and agencies using the comptroller's office for financial transactions. I should say that we just had, in the last week, we had very productive conversations with the comptroller, 4 people from the comptroller's office, and Ryan, 4 or 5 people from the Department of Information Technology. Everyone's on board with this. Everyone thinks it's overdue. And the concept is that it not slow down the process of EMA, the Maryland Help, the
Electronic Maryland Marketplace.
Electronic Maryland Marketplace, the procurement portal. We want this to be for other smart people to figure it out. I do not have, this is devil's in the details. There is going to be legislation. This is not going to be just 911. And again, this is not something we need to own or get into the weeds on. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. Delegate Hill, super fast, go.
Just real quick for everyone watching, what vendors, are we talking about my phone being paid to my carrier?
No, let me clarify. Thank you. Great question. So there are vendors like Mission Critical Partners, like the folks who provide GIS updated mapping, the geographic information systems. And that happened. They were working with 9 different counties and had submitted over $500,000 in invoices that some of which had been unpaid for over 6 months. And I don't think Maryland can say that we're open for business if we don't pay the businesses, nonprofits that we contract with. So this is just making sure that vendors don't have to call a senator who calls the comptroller's chief of staff who tries to unwind each of these things. They should be able to input an invoice number and say, here's where it is. It's gotten through this section and this section, and now it's here, and you should get your money in 3 days. That's what we want to do, and everybody's on board. Does that answer your question, Delegate Hill?
Yes, and I move the motion to this.
Fabulous. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Any other questions or comments? Can we have cards, please? Let's see the greens. Excellent. Mr. Markey, do you have a card? All right, excellent. Tracy German probably already voted in here. Mr. Roper is abstaining. There's some folks who have to abstain based on their jobs. Any red? I see no red cards. Thank you very much. Moving forward on that. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to drive the train hard. We just have so much. We're only 1 subcommittee and we have 3 more. Okay, the next one.
You are finished with finance and structure, and we will move to technology and cybersecurity.
And thank you, Randy.
So Josh and Randy.
Yeah.
Hello. I guess we're just going to kind of go down here, give a brief review, and then read and vote. Is that the process here? So enhancing our GIS data. You guys can hear me okay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Didn't hear any comments. Enhancing our GIS data, Z-axis data. Background on that a little bit is the carriers now provide Z-axis data, which is elevation in a short summary of the handset that is calling 911. So this is a recommendation that the 911 systems utilize that information. So I'll just read that. 911 systems that utilize a caller's location-based information shall have the ability to ingest and make use of handset-based deployment solutions that meet the Z-axis metric and Z coordinates elevation information if made available by the providers. The system should use the elevation information to determine the floor within a multi-storied structure from which a caller is placing a 911 call to the best of its ability.
I'll move favorable.
Mm-hmm. Second, Greentree.
Any discussion? All green. I guess I'm doing this right. Any yellow, red? Okay, it looks like we have Molly. Someone from your place
Jack
in the county.
Yep, Jack is Jack Markey, I captured as yellow. Is that yellow on the language or abstain? Yellow on the language.
Okay. We will proceed forward and discuss that more then. Improving cybersecurity protections. Let me pull that one up.
Coming.
Tracy put in the chat that she was green on the last one.
All right, there you go, Randy.
So improving cybersecurity practices, a little bit of background, as everyone knows, cybersecurity risk, ransomware, and all things involved is increasing nationwide, worldwide. So this is a legislation, yes, sorry, to get PSAPs to be as compliant as possible to protect themselves as much as possible. So I think I'll just read this and then open for discussion. With the increasing level of cybersecurity risk, it is crucial that each PSAP, and again, that's public safety entering point in Maryland, comply with the 911 board's cybersecurity policy and report compliance status during their annual 911 board inspection. If a PSAP does not demonstrate compliance, the 911 board shall meet with the PSAP to develop an aggressive consensus remediation plan and implementation timeline. Failure to demonstrate progress with the consensus 911 board PSAP remediation plan may result in the 911 board borrowing new non-cybersecurity requests from the 911 trust fund until cybersecurity remediation is complete. Any discussion on that? Questions from anyone?
Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Ebling seconds.
Okay. All green. Any yellow or red?
Yep, Mr. Myers is yellow based on his, and Ms. Sierra, same thing.
Senator, this is Anthony Myers. My yellow is actually on the language.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Randy?
I guess since you're, I don't know, Anthony, if you're on that, I don't think you're on that. Is there something you want to send to us for us to discuss further in subcommittee?
Sure, I can do that.
Okay, thank you. Next up is, my order is different, I think, than yours, Molly. Swatting bill updates.
Okay, there you go. Sorry.
Swatting bill is a reintroduce of Senate Bill 101 from last year to address the needs for greater penalties in the misuse of the 911 system. We have reworded this a little bit, and I believe at the suggestion of some of the lawmakers or reviewers, and then so we're reintroducing this. So I'll just start from the beginning. Reintroduce swatting bill, Senate Bill 101 from 2021 to address the need for greater penalties for the misuse of the 911 system. Misuse of the 911 system is detrimental to the reliability and availability of 911 and impacts a growing number of unsuspecting victims each year. Methods of misusing the 911 system include swatting, fraudulently sending public safety officers to the address of an innocent person, telephone denial of service, also known as TDOS, flooding a 911 center's voice lines, preventing legitimate emergency calls from getting through, distributed denial of service, DDoS, maliciously disrupting a 911 center by overwhelming its internet network, and caller ID manipulation using a false identity when making a phone call or sending text.
So I just want to flag that this is, Molly, this is the exact same language we put in last year's report. Yes?
Yeah, this is the exact same language, minus the intro of reintroducing the swatting bill. The language on misuse, starting with misuse down through the bullets, is the same language.
Thank you. So it is possible, just so you all know, for full disclosure, it is possible that we will divide this legislatively into swatting on one hand and TDOS and DDoS on the other. But it is being redrafted because apparently the drafting was a little clunky or confusing last year. But this recommendation would be identical. So is there a motion on this?
Woods makes the motion.
I second, Shar seconds.
Okay. All those in favor, green?
And Senator, I'm going yellow just because I need to see the exact legislation as introduced to make sure that there's not any liability for the providers, which would not be intended, but we just have to make sure that doesn't happen.
And then any red? Okay. Next one, or is that it for now? Are we doing this one
Remote
now?
call taking.
Are we doing this one now, Josh, or are we?
Yeah, we're going to introduce it now.
So we're introducing the remote call taking capabilities. During the COVID emergency pandemic, we started working with PSAPs to implement some remote call taking capabilities in case people couldn't come to work, work in a different government building, work from home, multiple options. We started looking at this kind of addresses some of that, addresses some of the concerns that we found, the lack of certain services that we found during those processes. So I'm not sure, are we actually going to vote on this, or we just?
This will be, Randy, this is Molly, and this will be the first time people are seeing this language. I don't think it made it into the file that went out yesterday.
Okay.
So just to be aware that this will be, this is new language for folks, and so we can review it and then.
Okay, so we're
Keep
probably
it
having a lot of
issues.
questions here, but
And to be clear, then it's going to be dealt with in the breakout subcommittees, right? So this is just FYI. You'll be seeing it again in an hour or two. Josh? Andy?
Correct. That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, so we're not voting on this now.
Okay, so do I need to read through this? Are you okay with just putting this up? I'm confused, sorry.
Randy, let's read through it, just, to give everyone sort of a kind of a.
Okay.
Josh, this is Anthony Myers, and as you read through it, maybe you can clarify whether or not this is intended for legislation or as a recommendation.
I would say, Anthony, we probably don't know that yet, but my personal guess is recommendation. I
think that's right. But we can talk, the subcommittee can talk about that.
Great.
Breakout.
So I'll just read through this real quick. Because situations where a PSAP evacuation or need for distributed staffing is a real possibility, example, COVID-19 system failure, etc., remote call taking, processing, and dispatching may be necessary as part of a PSAP continuity of operations plan, also known as COOP. Many considerations should be examined when planning for such an event, but the Commission has identified the below list as priorities and recommends advocating for the expansion of broadband infrastructure to underserved areas to enable remote emergency support. The 911 board, in partnership with the Emergency Communications Committee, develop best practices regarding the human factors and confidentiality of working in a remote environment. PSAPs establish complete resiliency and redundancy throughout their ecosystem. PSAPs research implementing dynamic call routing, and counties develop new or updated policies, procedures, and memorandum of understandings agreements with neighboring jurisdictions, including municipalities, federal agencies, and college campuses. So we tried to, again, this is still a developing topic here, but we tried to look at not just remote call taking for COVID-19, but also the future of next gen core services and EZNet and automatic rerouting, overflow into neighboring jurisdictions, what types of policies, procedures, MOUs need to be in place for that. There's a lot of capabilities that these apps are going to have with the next generation systems that needs to be dealt with and thought of and planned out.
So indeed, there was a question in the chat about the response we got on the from the 24 jurisdictions when we asked whether they did try any remote call taking capabilities. I think we passed that. So whether it's now or when you report back, maybe we can take a moment on that.
Okay.
I can talk to it now or after, whatever you want, Senator.
Go ahead, Josh, while we're on the.
Yeah, so and you chatted and I chatted her back, but the 8 and the 10, that's how many 10 replied that they did not do anything special. 8 replied back saying that they did do something special. And some of the key findings we have here in front of you, which is those that did not do anything special, they did not because they lacked proper network connectivity and they lacked sufficient available equipment. And for those that did do something special, they noted, and these are the ones that rose to the top, the most likely reasons, they did use county funding for network connectivity. So they didn't use their own personal connection. They used the Motorola Command Post. This was for call taking capabilities. Now, if you remember, the board funded the Command Post for all of the PSAPs in the state. So they did use those, and then used a remote computer aided dispatch CAD connection. So that was either VPNing in or using a thin client. And then finally, they implemented little to no dispatching capabilities. So that is literally, I take the call and then I'm dispatching via radio or something like that. So those are the key findings.
Moving on, was there anything else for that subcommittee? And we may or may not get a recommendation after you guys do your breakout. So thank you. Moving on, Scott Brillman, the somewhat new chair of O&A, Oversight and Accountability. Give us a sense of what you've got.
Thank you, Senator. Are we starting with collecting 911 data or COMAR?
Wherever you drive the train, I suspect Molly will follow.
Yeah, you let me know. I can advance wherever you need.
Yeah, let's start with COMAR.
Okay.
Great, thank you. So over the years, the 911 board, previously named the Emergency Number Systems Board, has updated COMAR as new technology was introduced over the years, or best practices were recognized, or standards were created. And the 911 board updated COMAR. Because of the last 4 years and the huge leap that we've taken with Next Gen 911 due to this commission, it's time to update COMAR again. So let me read the proposal. Let me get it up here. The Code of Maryland Regulations, COMAR, contains outdated language related to the parent organization, legacy 911 systems, operations, and requires updates to be applicable for Next Gen 911 service implementation. The Commission recommends that the Maryland 911 Board involve both the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, DPSCS, and MEMA to begin the process to make necessary updates. And to be clear, it is the responsibility of the 911 Board to perform this duty. With that, are there any questions or comments?
This is Scott Roper. I have a question about the DPSCS reference in there. Given that there's 21 days left that the board will be on the DPSCS, is there, what benefit will the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services give to this process?
I think that's a fair point. And should we call it MEMA or should we call it the Maryland Department of Emergency Management, since on October 1st, both of those will change?
I would say MDM.
Deli Krebs? Scott, if you want to call him Deli Krebs.
Number one, I think we should take Department of Public Safety out. And secondly, we talked about this during the bill hearing last year, or this year, I guess it was. We can continue to call it MEMA if we choose. Any acronym, it still is appropriate. To me, it's something that, we have FEMA, we have MEMA, and I have suggested that we keep it the same. It still is emergency management. Management could be MA. We were told by Attorney General's office that we could leave the acronym the same. And I've suggested doing that just because it's what everyone knows of. And almost every other state has a very similar acronym, FEMA, MEMA. So that's my suggestion, just to make it simple and keep it simple. Nobody cares that it's a department or an agency, and it really doesn't matter. So I suggest, number one, that we I'll make a motion, we strike Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, and we keep MEMA as the acronym that's widely identified forever, and most states have it widely identified, and it's okay with the legal attorneys.
Okay, I am not going to second that motion. I will take the first part as a friendly. Randy, don't know if you want to do this or if you want me to or Molly to or whatever. I think taking out DPSCS is fine, but we changed the law last year to create the Maryland Department of Emergency Management. So it is a cabinet level department. So we will call it the Maryland Department of Emergency Management, and anyone who wants to call it MEMA and use the old acronym will continue to do so.
You didn't understand my point. The point is,
I did. It's in the law, Sue. It's in the law.
No, we did not put the acronym in the law.
We put the name of the department. Okay.
Make it easy. I'm just trying to make it easy for the public to know what it is. And we did not put it in the law. We did not put the acronym, because acronyms they just sort of come out of what people talk about and what people are familiar with. And that's how acronyms come about. And I did talk to the Attorney General's office about it. And I'm just.
So here's what I'd like to suggest as a middle ground. The commission recommends that the Maryland 911 board involve all interested parties to begin the process, to begin the process, to make necessary updates. Let's just simplify it, because there may be other agencies and departments that want to weigh in. Any necessary parties to make necessary, we don't want to say necessary, Molly. That the Maryland 911 board involve any parties or any appropriate parties. Scott, what do you want to do?
Sherry, are you capturing the changes?
It's on the.
Are you seeing my changes?
Scott, are you not able to see the screen?
Well, I'm looking at everyone, and then I'm also trying to look at the screen.
So change your view. Change your view. It should
so
be.
Molly, right, Molly. What we want to do is that the Maryland 911 board involve. I like all interested parties.
Fine, I like that.
All interested parties.
To begin the process and make necessary updates.
Do we have to begin the process? Can we just say to make any necessary updates?
I think we had that begin the process because we did this one so early in the year, right? We did this one back in June, so. Yeah.
All right, there is the new one with the language.
This is Anthony Myers, and I hate to add this at this point, but this puts the onus on the board to involve unknown parties at this time. Perhaps you can simply say the commission recommends that the Maryland 911 board make necessary updates with input from all interested parties. So any interested party can provide input to the process, but it doesn't put the onus on the board to reach out to an unknown quantity at this point in time.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing that Chairman Myers has made. My concern is any interested parties, you could have people coming out of the woodwork weighing in on this. And I think you need to draw a line between having interested parties aware of what's going on, but involving only appropriate parties. You don't want to have, anybody coming in off the street getting involved in the nuts and bolts of the next generation 911.
I agree, Sean. And similarly, you don't want someone to, at a later point, say that they weren't involved because we're unaware of them.
All right.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna So the way I captured this, the commission recommends that Maryland 911 board make necessary updates with all
input.
interested parties? With
No,
input from all interested parties?
Yes.
Okay. Any issues with that? Did I capture your request, Anthony?
All interested parties or any interested parties? Or is that an okay word, Mr. Myers?
I'd probably take out all with input from interested parties.
I think that's
Agree.
good. Okay. So,
You can provide input, but it does not guarantee that it will be listened to, nor is there any guarantee that any and all interested parties will be involved in the process, because if they're on vacation that week, they're out. So
I don't like the word requires doesn't work for me now. It doesn't require. It needs updates to be applicable for next gen 911 service implementation. COMAR contains outdated language, blah, blah, line 3, Molly, and requires updates. That sounds like it's required by law. Needs to be updated in order to be applicable or something is what we're saying. In the chat, in case anyone was interested, is the bill that renames NEMA and makes it an independent department and moves the 911 board to an autonomous agency under.
Molly, just replace requires with needs.
Updating.
Update.
Okay, well, if this is being done, Scott, maybe you can get a motion. Well, this is.
Great. Based on the language in front of you, do we hear a motion?
Sean Scott motions.
Second.
All right. Green cards? All right. Yellow and
Chairman
red
voted
cards.
green.
Yellow and red cards?
Okay. Captured Anna as yellow. Was anyone else yellow?
I'm scrolling through. I don't see anyone.
Moving on.
Thanks.
And just for the record, that was a bill, I put that bill in too, and there's no acronym in the legislation. We did rename it, I know, but we did not, they told us to take it out because it's something that people just use, they call it something. So it was I was the House sponsor of the bill. I specifically remember we took the language out because it's not something that's necessary in the law when you refer to something as something. That's just my.
I just left everything. We just put the link in there so anybody can read what the law.
No, my point is it doesn't say, it does not have an acronym in the law. And we were going to put it in the law here. And it's just what people decide to call it. You don't put acronyms in law.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move forward to FCC, if we could.
Oh, okay.
Great, sorry, going out of order. All right, and I may call on you, Sherry, to give a background on this, but this is a proposal for the Next Gen 911 Commission to file comments regarding 911 outages across Maryland, but particularly across the country, but particularly in Maryland. The filings include a background on the commission, our goals, and the foundation of the comments are from a December 2020 letter that was submitted on behalf of the commission. So with that, Sherry, do you have any additional info that would be useful before we read the recommendation?
Actually, we don't even need a recommendation on this one, Scott, because this one was sent out and voted on via email. And if you notice the FCC filing was submitted to on behalf on July 27th. So the vote was handled on July 9th. Karen Henry so graciously prepared the filing and submitted that for the commission on July 27th. So this is an informational item only.
Great. Okay. Very good. Let's move to RTT.
Sure.
Great, thank you. And for this, I may quickly call on Cecilia Warren, who has been instrumental in bringing this subject to our attention. I also want to recognize Rebecca Miller from Maryland Relay, that is the lead for the state of Maryland on real-time text. And if you're hearing about real-time text for the first time, I can give a quick background, and this is language from the FCC regarding it. Real-time text, or RTT, is a reliable and interoperable universal text solution over wireless internet protocol, IP, enable networks for people who are deaf, hard of hearing, deaf, blind, or have speech challenges. RTT allows text characters to be sent as they are being created. So it's an instant text. It can be sent simultaneously with voice, permitting the use of off-the-shelf end-user devices to make text telephone calls. So the difference between real-time text and text to 911, which all 24 PSAPs have now in Maryland, is real-time text is instant. And the text to 911 we have now is not. And with that, Cecilia, do you have anything additional you would want to say about this?
Thank you, Scott. This is Cecilia speaking. We have done a lot of work with our stakeholders and are much appreciative of the commission endorsing this request. And we also worked strongly with Sherry from Mission Critical Partners to help the PSAPs understand the differences between real-time text and what they are currently using with the text to 911. There are additional capabilities, and we feel that individuals with communication disabilities, will benefit from this. And also, we're simply asking the FCC to enforce its own regulation. So that's thank you for that opportunity, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Cecilia. So let me read the recommendation. This is for an enforcement letter to the FCC, and it's to ensure equal access to 911 services for all Marylanders. It is important that carriers start providing real-time text technology, RTT. The commission shall draft a letter to the FCC requesting they halt granting waivers and begin enforcing deadlines outlined in Title 47, Chapter 1, Subchapter B, Part 67 of the Electronic Code of Federal Regulations. With that, any comments or questions?
Yeah.
Senator.
Thank you. Just briefly, I want to publicly recognize Cecilia Warren. She's been an invaluable member on the Tech and Cyber Subcommittee, on the whole commission, and it's been very important to have the Maryland Department of Disabilities and her expertise in particular on public safety involved in this. And as a result of her leadership here, we added a slot on the Maryland 911 board and are talking about doing so on the 311 board. So thank you, Cecilia, for teaching us and advocating. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Senator. Any other comments on real-time text? All right, do I hear a motion?
Ms. Ebling, I'll make a motion that the commission send such letter.
I second it. Bardana Woods.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Bardana. Do I see green cards?
And Julia Fisher has her thumb up.
Julia? Oh, thumb up. Okay.
Her thumb up. Yeah. She didn't get her packet in time.
And Tracy is green as well.
Okay.
Any-
Delegate Krebs, is that a green? Okay.
That's a green pen.
Thank you. I had to look closely.
Thank you.
Great. Any yellow or red cards?
All right, my office will send that out probably tomorrow. Thank you.
And then I have noted that Sean Looney is abstaining from voting on this one. So thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Okay. Is this the last one? Collecting 911?
This is your last one on the call data, and then Carrie's law is just a note that you'll be discussing it in breakout.
Great. So a little bit of background on this. There's been an effort to try to centralize or attempt to gather certain types of data from all 24 PSAPs to give not only the 911 board, but all 24 PSAPs a common operating picture or situational awareness of what's going on around the state, whether it is outages or if it's call spikes, or if a PSAP needs help, or if somebody's transferring calls or call volume. And there is an attempt to figure out how to do this. And other states are moving towards this as they move towards next gen 911. So the recommendation is, this is for statewide data collection and reporting. The 911 board shall evaluate what data is needed to monitor the health and security of the next gen 911 system and determine the best means to share the centralized data to allow for situational awareness. With that, any questions or comments?
Sean Scott with a quick comment. I just want to make sure that we also include cybersecurity in this, because I think knowing what other counties are having to face right now may protect others. So that knowledge should also include anonymized cybersecurity info.
Yep, agree. And this is Sean the Lesser, Sean Looney, offering the industry, and we've had ongoing discussions on various issues with this commission and with Senator Kagan and other interested people. Please, reach out to us. I'll connect you with the right people at Comcast. They can share, because obviously network health is a huge part of our business model, and any information that we can provide that will be helpful to others as far as monitoring and remedying network health, I'd be happy to connect you to the right people to have that discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Julia Fisher. Yeah, thanks, Scott. I have a question as to, this kind of piggybacks on what Sean said. Are we talking about open data, or are we talking about data that may contain PHI, PII? And the reason I ask is
PII, personally identifying information.
Sorry, thank you. Yes, anything that needs to be protected to ensure privacy of an individual. And the reason why I ask is because we have had the conversations and I'm taking actions based off of conversations within the Technology and Cybersecurity Subcommittee of this commission to release a letter to the counties, whereas it is by default that data shared between the counties and the state for purpose of 911 is open data, by default. So that idea, that concept, again, it will be following the Open Data Act, where there are considerations for, security and privacy of data. But I just want to make sure that that position that has, again, been agreed upon, endorsed by this commission subcommittee and socialized within both the GIS community and the PSAP community is taken into consideration as it's determined what the data definition is for this effort.
I think Sean Scott did say anonymized. data or,
Data.
anonymized information or data, which
So,
I'm correct, that means that personal information is retracted out, anything that is sensitive. Am I correct on that, Sean?
Correct.
Agreed.
You are correct,
So-
but that I think is the question is whether or not will that data prove to be valuable? Is anonymized data valuable? Are we talking about both, anonymized and non-anonymized data? And to that point, based on our statement, is that with anonymized data, it would be considered open and freely shared between all the jurisdictions in the state by default. So we wouldn't need to discuss and determine how it would be shared. That the position is that it would be shared. You may need to talk about in a technological sense, but the governance or policy position would be that yes, it will be shared.
so Julia, this is Sherry, and I just want to clarify that you're kind of doing the discussion and the work, that this recommendation is leaving that up to the 911 board. And 911 board should evaluate specifically what data is needed and how that data is collected and shared. So the recommendation is not defining that. I do appreciate the points that all of you are making, and I'm trying to capture those in the notes. But just to clarify, we aren't specifying what data, how it's collected, and how it's shared.
Yeah,
This is
no,
not
I understand.
legislation, right, Sherry? This is just a recommendation.
Correct.
So
This is not
Right.
legislation.
yeah.
Yeah.
So being a representative on, of the GIS community for both the 911 board as well as this commission, I just want to make sure that the broader commission was aware of the efforts already being put forth in how data within Maryland, between the 24 jurisdictions and the state of Maryland, those conversations regarding sharing of data, because I believe that there is an ultimate impact.
So what I heard Sherry said was that we don't really need any amendment to this. Is that?
Correct, because we're saying the board shall evaluate what data is needed. And it sounds like what I'm hearing Julia saying is that there is some agreement.
Well, I think the thing is that if it is anonymized data,
Okay, Julia,
then it's already been
add that. We're not gonna, I think we're not gonna add that. So this is just a simple thing that's like, let's stay on top of this.
No, I understand, but I think
Okay.
my concern is that if it is, then that determination of how it's to be shared has already been made. The board doesn't necessarily need to do that. We've already taken efforts with the board's with transparency of the board, to already determine that. So that's what I'm saying. I think these are. I just want to make sure everyone's aware that some of these efforts are already underway, I think is what I'm getting at with the board's, awareness and involvement.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you, Julia. I think that is good information for the board as they proceed with this. Randy, did you have your hand up?
I did, but I took it. Until we figure out what data is needed, we can't quantify that data and determine, put it into wherever it needs to be. So
yeah,
you're talking more about like active calls, influx of calls, for situational awareness versus data that may be used in a system like GIS data or something.
No, I'm talking about data.
Right,
nature
but we
of
don't
data
know what
itself.
it is yet. This is saying that the
Right.
board needs to evaluate what data is needed. We can't quantify that data, whether it's PIA, whatever, until we determine what data is needed.
I understand. I think it's more, again, the second part, determine the best means to share for open data in the state of Maryland. We have an Open Data Act as well as a position specific to NG911. So I think those best means have already been established. So it would be focusing on any data that needs to be secure and private or private.
Yeah.
I lost track. Did
Okay.
we already have a motion in a second?
Yes, let's
No,
move forward.
I make a motion to move forward. This is Shar.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Shar. Who was second?
Wayne Darrell, second.
Wayne.
Okay, green cards. And a thumbs up. Thank you, Julia.
Delegate Hill has a green notebook, whatever.
Notebook. All right, thank you, everyone. Yellow or red cards, please.
Yellow from Randy Cunningham and Anna Sierra.
Great, thank you.
And Tracy German, green in the chat.
And Tiffany's yellow.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right, we're done with that subcommittee.
Thank you. Moving it back to you. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Brillman. And now, I would say best for last, but I can't say that because I love all four of the subcommittees equally, but Shar Flaherty, you and Sherry have done great work staffing and training the backbone of our 911 centers. And we, does anyone need to like stand up and take a 2-second, really 2-second, just jumping jacks or something break, because this is really important stuff. So whatever it takes to like get your energy and focus. Shar, go for it.
I am going to be biased and say that the subcommittee that we have is very focused and very professional, and is one of the best. So we have worked very hard on these proposals. We have gone through many iterations of each proposal, just making sure that we cover any issue that may come up. And I'm going to irritate Molly a little bit by saying, let's go with the implicit bias training first, because that is such an easy one. Implicit bias training is required because of the legislation that we put in last year. And our recommendation is to comply with this legislation, and I will read it to you, and I'm sure everybody will say, yeah, this is a great idea. To adjust automatic patterns of thinking and ultimately eliminate discriminatory behaviors, the 911 board shall require a minimum of 2 hours annually of implicit bias training for current and new 911 specialists. The 911 board shall create and establish the training, pay for initial and continuing education on this topic, and audit the PSAPs for compliance at each annual inspection. And again, similar to the previous discussion, this is for the board to determine how we're going to do this, but it's something that we need to do. So if there's no comments, I'm ready to say, let's vote.
Let's get a motion in a second.
Sean Scott, motion.
Trembling seconds.
Let's vote. Anybody? Green cards.
I just had a question. Do we discuss stuff before we vote? I just had a question.
Sure. Okay.
Which one of us?
I think Delegate Krebs, you're on the screen right now, so I can look at you. So you go ahead and talk.
I had a question. Regarding training, do we have a list of like how many hours and what other kind of training we mandate from the board? I mean, is there a list of like what other training we mandate and how many hours it is? I'm just worried about getting into the weeds on what the locals do and for training. So do we have a list of other training that we would put this in?
We have legislation that's in place right now for training that's required, and this would be added to that. And again, the board will determine how best to make it work and what the required, the criteria.
No, my question is more specific. We have a certain, I think, if I remember, we have a certain number of hours and that there will be training, but this is specific training of a certain number of hours for a specific thing. Do we have that in law? I mean, do we have that in other places for other types of training?
I'm going to answer this yes, but then I'm going to rely on Nikki to answer. Yes, I do know that we have specific number of hours. I believe we have specific number of hours for mental health training and concerns. Nikki, can you help There's a lot of hands coming up. Okay. Nikki, can you answer that question?
Yes, so under COMA, that does regulate the topics of training that 911 specialists have to undergo. On top of that, from the work of this commission, it was also further identified that we have to identify specific subtopics. So those training requirements are under development as we speak and should get voted on at the end of this month by the 911 board. The only one that does have an hourly requirement around it is the mental wellness, occupational wellness type issues. Otherwise, it is left up to the locality to decide how much a training is appropriate on a certain topic.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is in law, and I guess this would be a piece of legislation. Do we have, we're not big on laundry lists, putting laundry lists in law because those things change, and it would be appropriate, to either recommend it or have the board do it. But is this part of a laundry list of training mandates for number of hours that's out in the law versus under the 911 board's jurisdiction? That's my issue.
COMA does not explicitly state how many hours for training there should be. COMA just states the topics, and this would just be another topic added to COMA.
So right now, the only topics in there is mental health.
COMA has, and I apologize.
So the certification, right, Nikki?
Yeah, COMA has.
Scott, do you know the list off of the top of your head?
Thanks,
I know we
Molly.
listed it in a previous law. We added NG911 training topics, and in our first year report, Delegate Krebs, we've added items for training in COMAR. Scott, I don't mean to put you on the
there's a
spot. I see
difference.
your hand raised.
So are we asking for this to be in COMAR or into the law? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it going to be something the 911 board considers, or is this going to be in state law that we have to bring through the state legislature every time we want to add a training topic? That's the question. You generally, we don't put these kind of specifics in law. We put them in COMAR or we put them in regulation through the board.
So Delegate Krebs can say that this and one other item was mandated. It was amended into one of our bills this year by colleagues of ours.
And what was that? Did those things pass, or are they in law?
They are in law.
Okay, I'm not familiar with it. I just, again, it's a precedent of setting specific laundry lists in law, and I hesitate to do that. That's okay.
I would have preferred for it to be more generic, but that isn't the way that the amendments were drafted and enacted into law.
Well, you understand we already have this in law.
It was mandated that we report on diversity, that we enhance our outreach, things that were amended into the law. That one of the
We're talking about specifying 2 hours of specific types of training in law. And listen, we're the ones that have to present these bills to the legislature.
Right. I'm not sure whether this recommendation would be in law. This would be a recommendation from the commission. We don't put everything into a law that is recommended by this commission.
So this is not going to be a piece of legislation. This would be a recommendation to the 911 board.
For the 911 board to determine the requirements and the criteria.
So it's not going to be a piece of legislation. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what page we're on here. I've got questions, so I'm going to put yellow. So, thank you.
I think Delegate Hill also had a question. I see your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. So Sherilyn, Ms. Flaherty, I just want to get the sense, I understand the importance of implicit bias. I understand the requirement because this is going to the board as a must, not a shall, or it's a shall, not a can. And in the first year, so current employees and new employees will get 2 years. I'm just curious as to why you're 2 hours. The specific specification that every year implicit bias requires 2 hours. Most other training that I'm familiar with across abroad, as you get further out, it's every other year, including basic life support and advanced life support or something else. But you say 2 hours to start with, and every year, no matter how long you've been with the agency, it's going to be 2 more. And I wondered if you wanted to have that amount of rigidity as it's currently done.
Would you be recommending a friendly amendment to say training in keeping with the recommendations from the board rather than specifically identifying a certain number of hours?
I think that would go along that the board has to come up with specific recommendations to be sure that implicit bias training is incorporated and updated and maintained throughout, one's employment period, so that would be the friendly amendment. But yes, something to take off. I'm fine with 2 hours up front. I'm questioning the burdensomeness and the practicability and the value of every year the same employees having 2 more hours of the same training.
Can we defer that to the 911 board, making that recommendation? And I think that would be, yeah.
I think that would be fine. If we defer it to the board to require a minimum number of hours of implicit bias training.
Very good.
Does
Thank
anyone,
you very much.
Does anyone object to that as a friendly amendment?
No.
Okay. You guys, this was the easy one. Just to be clear, we've got harder ones coming up and we have so much work left on our agenda. Cheryl, you've got 3 hands up.
Yes, I see Randy. Randy, you have a question, comment?
Yeah, so my only concern is additional requirements on PSAPs that are already understaffed and having those 911 specialists having to be backfilled with additional overtime, that kind of stuff. Just a comment out there. I don't disagree with the need for the training. Just make that aware.
I understand. Scott, Scott Roper, I think you had a comment, your hand up for a while.
Yeah, so I think that the 2-hour question's probably been satisfied. Is how do we come up with that as being optimal? The other question I would have, are there any requirements on any other public safety disciplines, law enforcement, fire, EMS that are similar to this that are required by their governing bodies?
I'm not sure. Does anybody know? And again,
I
this
believe
was a requirement. So go ahead.
I believe in our research. I believe in our research that we did find that this was required in law enforcement training. We can verify, Scott.
In Maryland, not in Tennessee, but within Maryland itself. Because I don't want to be in a position where we create a different standard of training or that may or may not best fit the county.
I think
Molly, I think I recall the same thing.
Yeah. I think if we want, we can adjust that. Again, we can address that in the recommendations from the board to say in keeping with whatever jurisdiction or other agency has to do that.
And Jack has a note into a recommendation to define the outcome, not the method. So Shar will take that.
Okay.
I'm going to add that to the comment.
Robbie, you had a question.
And just, I guess, to tail onto what Randy said, just to point out, I mean, this is a mandate on local governments. There are costs associated with complying with these additional training requirements when you're already dealing with staffing shortages. Again, understand the need for the training. I would prefer it to be a voluntary, that the state provides the training and then counties can elect to participate in it. But then and it's still a little bit unclear as to whether or not this specific is actually required or just kind of in the general concept that it's required.
So Robbie, Ryan is posting in the chat, if you look in the chat now. It's in law, a plan to provide implicit bias training to 911 specialists. So I think, I'd like to suggest that we move on to another one, and during the breakout, you guys can wordsmith this and come back with something. I don't think we have it as a group. This is important, but I think it's small. You've got a lot more big things.
Yes, we do have a lot of big things.
I want to welcome Chief Brooks, former commissioner, and it's always a joy to have him in the room. Thank you, Chief.
Hi, Chief.
Shar, next item.
Okay, next item we're going to discuss is reclassifying 911 specialists. Again, this was a primary goal that we had when we started to move into this process. And we heard from Nina, we've heard from many, many people about the critical importance of recognizing 911 specialists as public safety first responders. I will read the proposal. 911 specialists are the first link in the chain of safety and survival, answering, triaging, and dispatching emergency requests for assistance and providing vital life, safety, and life-saving instructions to those who live, work, and travel in Maryland. These essential employees are the first responders and undergo comprehensive training and are certified as emergency medical dispatchers, emergency fire dispatchers, and emergency police dispatchers, and are the critical link between those in need and public safety responders, such as law enforcement, fire rescue, and emergency medical personnel. 911 specialists remain in constant contact with the emergency scene incident commander and other emergency responders throughout the incident, ensuring effective on-scene response, coordination, and timely resolution. Given the vital importance of our 911 specialists, the Maryland General Assembly should join 7 other states in classifying 911 specialists as public safety first responders. And there is more information on the next slide in support of this. As you can see, other jurisdictions have put this into place by state to show how important it is, and it ties in directly with the workers' compensation thing that was the workers' compensation proposal that we voted to support. And it's crucial. It has been something that we've been focused on doing. We had legislation that was put into effect. You can go to the next slide. In early on, and we had legislation. This legislation is amending the current legislation to ensure that this happens, rather than leaving it to the jurisdictions.
Okay, so again, I'm conscious of the time. We are a million hours behind. So reclassification, something we've talked about a long time. I'd like to move favorable on the statement that Shar just read. Is there a second?
Sauber.
Ready with my
Ready to
green
vote?
card when you are, Madam Chair.
I am putting up my green card and I am ready.
Madam Chair, I would just like to add, I know these are all important issues, and to rush through this just because we are on a late schedule, decision about this last year, and I'd like to know what changed and that we're not going to have the localities decide anymore. And, you know, just rushing to vote because we're behind is not good policy making. And I appreciate keep wanting to keep a schedule, but I have questions about what, for all intents and purposes, what does reclassing the 911 specialists do, and why are we changing it from a can adopt versus they now are? I don't know. I mean, it might affect people's tax code in certain counties that give benefits. We don't know. So I'd like to understand why.
I just want to remind Delegate Krebs, if that's the question. We've been working on all of these issues for months, many months, and sometimes for several years. This does not change anything related to pay, benefits, or anything. It reclassifies, and we talked about how that's being, that effort's being made at the federal level. It's a matter of respect, dignity. These are not telephone operators. These are not people who worry about paper cuts. These are people who save lives and property every single day.
And I don't disagree with any of that, but my question, and as you know, Madam Chair, I have spent every hour on every meeting, and I appreciate that, and I work hard to be, and I just wanted to know, for all intents and purposes, we said localities can adopt, and what is the what does this mean to the first responders other than something in respect? Is there anything else? Is there anything else that comes out of that? Why not? Why would you not let the localities make the decision? I don't know. I just would like to understand what does this do for the first responder?
It is an overall respect point of view. It provides recognition. I can say that we have put forward proposals where the fact that the 911 specialists were not recognized as public safety meant that it was a struggle to get certain processes and procedures into place and to have them treated the same as other public safety personnel. So it is a recognition of what they do and how they do it. Hazard pay during the pandemic is a perfect example. Recognition as a public safety first responder allows these dedicated professionals who come in every day and sit in a room and talk, and with, in a small confined area, to receive hazard pay. So it is crucial that the efforts that are made by 911 specialists are recognized in keeping with the other issues associated with other first responders. But, if we want to, if you want to vote no, that's fine. But I think we can move forward and vote. And
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with anything you said, but when we first started this process several years ago, one of the main concerns that I had of the whole commission was ensuring that local people had local control. And I'm really into, no matter what the issue is. And 911 was always a local issue. And as we move through this thing, I see more and more that we want to do this all together. And I really, again, it's not about the merits of what you're talking about. It is about local counties making local decisions on their priorities. And that to me is something I've stuck by and we promised that we were going to do. And it seems like, we extended this commission last year to make sure that things were the money was coming in properly. And now we've sort of expanded it to all these new things. And I see creep on local autonomy. Not that it's not good stuff. Don't get me wrong. I understand and respect all that you're doing, but each of these little things takes away authority and priorities from the counties and what they want to do. And that's a big deal to me. So it's not about the merits. It's about taking away local control from the counties. And again, I promised that when I got on this commission that I would safeguard that. I promised Mako that. So, and whether it's good or bad, I'm going to just continue to uphold that and encourage it. That doesn't mean we can't encourage it and allow that. I mean, allowing them to do these different things is fine. But I just do not want to take away. And I think this does that, takes away local. So I'll be voting yellow.
And we respect that. So I think if you vote yellow, Kevin, you had a comment before we vote.
I really appreciate what Delegate Krebs is saying. And of course, Mako is all about local control. I consider this to be, and from my understanding, mostly symbolic, and rightfully so. We certainly need to respect what our 911 folks do. They are the first responders. My understanding is that anything else would take legislation, whether it be at the state or the local level. But providing the recognition to me seems appropriate. I echo the concerns of Delegate Krebs in terms of if this is anything else, but I don't see it that way. So I'm fine with this gesture because I think it's overdue, and anything else I think would take legislation. So cautiously, in terms of whether or not this affects anything else, I don't think it does, but I certainly appreciate those comments. And I think everybody on here wants 911 to remain a local function, and it needs to remain a local function. So I appreciate the comments, and that's the way I understand this.
Okay. I think that's okay.
Do you want us to put our cards back up, Madam Chair?
Yes, let's vote one more time. I see green, I see green, thumbs up, green. I see lots of green. How about red? Let's see.
Tracy German, still green.
I see no red. Yellow? I see abstains and concerns. Okay. We're good with that. I'm happy. Next is developing best practices for hiring.
It's also required by one of the things that was in the bill. If you want to read that, Shar.
And this is listed as not legislation. To assist Maryland's 24 PSAPs with the selection process for hiring personnel with the necessary skills to perform the tasks of a 911 specialist, the 911 board shall establish minimum hiring standards, qualifications, and best practices. Additionally, the 911 board, in collaboration with MDEM, shall provide resources and relevant information to PSAPs to ensure the most qualified personnel are selected for this highly demanding public safety position. I will add a comment on how important this is. It took a major struggle one time for us to even have hearing specifications, and it caused problems where somebody was processing a call for somebody who he heard sneezing, and it was seizing, and the little boy died because the call taker did not have meet identified hearing requirements, and because he was saying heard sneezing rather than seizing. So having an across the board standards developed through the 911 board is very important.
We've done this is just amplifying what we've done in the past. In each past years, we've done more certification and standards and training, right?
Right. So what we're doing is—
There a motion?
Yes, motion to move forward.
Second?
Souders.
Okay.
Oh.
And Delegate Hill has, before we vote.
Just real quick, I know this is a recommendation, not law, and I think standards are important. I want to know what the enforcement is. Is this money taken away if the locals don't comply? What does this mean if the board says these are the minimum standards and the local says we can't find anyone to meet a particular standard, we want to hire this person? How's this enforced? What does it mean?
It would be enforced through the 911 board's inspection process, and they have the authority to withhold funds.
Okay, so it's funds. Thank you.
Anybody else ready to vote?
Char, this is Anthony Myers. Just a point of clarification. So is the recommendation that the board would have the flexibility to consider how this gets implemented? I mean, because this is a shift, I guess, from the local, the counties making the decisions as to what their hiring criteria might be.
In my interpretation, there is an establishment of minimum requirements associated with 911 specialists to make sure that everybody has the same level of expertise. And then once those criteria are established, they are worked within the county policy, similar to what police and fire have for, police department has for their minimum requirements. Kevin?
Thank you, Shar. So I understand the interpretation. Are we at all concerned that, we're already struggling to find folks, and we've talked about that extensively. Do you have any concerns that this could hamper those efforts in some jurisdictions, maybe not yours, but other jurisdictions may have an issue here? And I understand the need for standards and making sure that we're all reading from the same playbook and that we're all on the same page. But I don't want to put anything into motion that is going to further hamstring our ability to recruit and retain 911 specialists.
I think it's important, and I will let Nikki jump in if she wants to explain a little bit more of the history. But again, it's important that as we move forward into this world of next generation 911, that the requirements are established so that there is dexterity, hearing, speaking type things, so that we can serve Marylanders in an expert and highly credible manner. Nikki, do you want to jump in with some history here?
Yeah, and more, not so much the history, but more how we would actually develop these best practices or standards. Is that you're absolutely right that we don't want to go down a path where we hamstring any county or PSAP from being able to hire. That's not the intended outcome. The intended outcome is just to set those minimum baseline requirements so that kind of, we know we're getting the best people at the end of the day. So that's the intended outcome. So I see it being more of a collaborative approach with the PSAPs, engaging their hiring authorities to make sure that at least there's a baseline minimum requirement across, all of the counties and all of the PSAPs at this point, as opposed to setting something that is just, that a locality just couldn't meet. Some may not have the funding to be able to pay for hearing tests. But we recognize that, okay, perhaps that's more of a best practice. We really encourage it as opposed to a minimum requirement as you shall do it.
Right. So best practices are very, very important while meeting ADA requirements. So that is critical as we're moving forward. I see, let's see, Delegate Hill, you popped in.
Sorry, so the friendly amendment would be that we would add to this that the board shall establish the standards, qualifications, and best practices, and a process by which local jurisdictions could apply for specific waivers under certain circumstances or something like that. I think they're.
I like that. I like that. Because then go ahead.
I think we don't want to make this too rigid. I think that's a very well thought out amendment. I do have those concerns that, we're talking about best practices, but then we're also talking about standards, and those would ostensibly that would be what you were held to. That's a lot different than a best practice. So I guess I'm interested in just trying to understand how we're going to differentiate best practices from you shall do this, or we could withhold funding, because I think that's really important. And no county is the same in terms of their personnel practices. Of course, we all want to do the right thing and make sure we're recruiting and retaining the best folks. But I do think we need some flexibility, because, when you hear that if you don't do these things, you could potentially lose funding, that certainly comes off a bit brash, I think. So I do think we need maybe a phase in or some flexibility or some definition of what is going to be in the bucket of best practice versus the bucket of you shall do this.
I think that's a good idea. Shall we include the friendly amendment and then move forward so that we can answer these questions? And there's a couple other hands here, but I agree with the friendly amendment for the waiver. I think that's good, and for it to be a best practice. And Celia, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you. I'm not trying to delay our proceedings, but I think there seems to be a lack of recognition that many people with disabilities are working in jobs that it seems that others think they're not capable of. There has been no allotment here for reasonable accommodations, technology to perform the core practices or the core requirements of a position. So it appears that the way it's currently written is a bit restrictive for the local jurisdictions who have a workforce that is being untapped and could perform this role. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think maybe it could be we need to table this and go through and evaluate this with additional information. I think Delegate Krebs had a question, and Kevin, you had a question as well.
No,
you're going to move on.
Yeah, okay. I think we need to move on so that we can add additional information.
Well, and I would just suggest as you move on, I like the ideas of providing the resources and establishing best practices. I do not like really the minimum hiring standards for many of the reasons that have been. So I think if we just put that the board would give some of these best practices and resources, that would be helpful. But by establishing the minimum practices, it's going to be, I think, tying the hands for many of the reasons that were just stated.
Okay, thank you. Kevin, you lowered your hand? Yes, okay. We're going to table this and address it later on in our committee meetings. Is that it?
No, we have
no. Oh, occupational health. We are looking to make sure that there's confidentiality for occupational wellness. And as we are establishing the recognition for the need for confidentiality, we are recommending that as part of a discussion regarding the need for PSAPs to adopt and implement occupational wellness programs, it is critical that 911 specialists seeking assistance are not required to go through chain of command to obtain care. Therefore, the Commission recommends, as part of Maryland's development of 911 specialist occupational wellness programs, any support would be confidential between the employee and the provider. This would address confidentiality to safeguard an employee's ability to seek help without hesitation or impediment. And this does not, This is for the employees' ability to seek help. So is
There
there
a motion?
Yes. Can I make the motion?
Go for it.
I make a motion to move forward with this.
Sean
I
Scott,
second.
second.
All right, everybody seconds it.
Cards. Can we vote? Good deal. Yellow cards. I see no yellow.
Mr. Myers is yellow.
Okay, for abstaining. How about red?
Mr. Myers, are you abstaining or are you yellow for a comment?
I don't understand, who has the onus of implementing this. And so for that reason, I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Shar, next.
We are at diversity in recruitment. And this one is a very short paragraph. The 24 PSAPs and the 911 board shall create and share best practices for targeted recruitment efforts that will attract a broad applicant pool with the goal of diversifying the workforce. And this is, this one is important.
Response to legislation.
Yes.
Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion again.
And I'll second it.
Thank you. Move to vote. Green cards. I see no, lots of
Tracy
green.
German votes green in the chat.
Yep. Yellow.
Red.
Red.
Next.
I think that's it. Is that it? That's all I see.
Isn't there a hiring practice?
That was the.
We had to go back to that one.
Yeah, I think you missed it, Molly. Nope.
We covered this one.
Yep.
And
we
we did
covered
Nope,
reclassify.
not
We
that
don't
one.
have-
Nope,
Am I missing one?
you are.
I'm missing one then. Okay, hold on.
Enhancing diversity in recruitment and training. That was required in the bill. Are we missing a slide?
I think so. Let's address that in
I-
our meeting and then we'll add to it.
Right, so I think Mission Critical will have to do that. Just find that slide and bring it back. I don't think it's controversial, but we do need to make sure that we handle that.
Yep, I will grab the recommendation off the list and create a slide.
Great. Okay. All right, so I think then, okay, so this was supposed to be break and grab lunch. So I think most people have had lunch already. The 4 subcommittees have presented the recommendations that they have worked on. Molly, what are we doing here?
Sorry. I'm moving us to the next steps.
Okay, we do need to, Molly, I think you didn't add more things to staffing and training. Yeah, so the first item on under the staffing and training box, follow up on any feedback from recommendations. They will discuss here, and so those will come to the breakout. Tech and cyber is going to be working on, again, anything that came up so far today, as well as the PSAP in a box remote support, which Randy and Josh Jack did a good job setting up for us. And then any other items that they want to talk about. Oversight and accountability. Again, if there were any things that, any items that got raised. Carrie's Law, we neglected to do a brief mention of, but that's really important, and we continue to need to look at enforcement. And we and so that subcommittee, I really encourage you to engage if you are interested in Carrie's Law. Staffing and training we just talked about. In addition to the 2 items that we threw back to the subcommittee to work on, we're going to talk briefly about 911 specialist salaries. medical cannabis, which which has been found in some studies to possibly be effective at PTSD and a better option than some other choices. And so begin a conversation there. And then my subcommittee, finance and structure, did we have any feedback or any reason for our subcommittee to meet, or should we disperse into other subcommittees? Molly, Sherry?
I do not have anything for finance and structure. I'd
like to suggest then, if that's the case, yeah, go ahead, Molly.
I was going to say, like, a majority of people that had also from finance and structure were also part of the oversight and accountability Carrie's law conversation. There's a lot of interest in that. And then there may also be interest in the tech and cyber. So the follow-up items were remote call taking, cybersecurity, and Z-axis for technology and cybersecurity. So at this point, I would propose that folks either step away or join with tech and cyber, oversight and accountability, or staffing and training.
Okay, so I'm going to say, so it's 2:11 by my clock right now.
Yeah.
Take quick bio breaks and stuff. Mission Critical will put you into the subcommittee either you are already assigned to, or if you prefer to go somewhere else. I'm going to encourage my folks in finance and structure to go to one of the three others of your choice, where there will be dynamic and substantive conversations that will begin at 2:20. Is that enough? 2:25? What do we want to do? We have, okay, so we have a lot of work left, and we have about an hour and a half, and we'll need to circle back again. So,
And how do we get to our subcommittees?
All right. So,
Mission Critical will shift you
will,
there. If you want to go to a subcommittee other than the one that you are normally assigned to, put it in chat to Molly, or email her at her email address that is on the screen.
So we're just going to sit here. I mean, we're going to sit here and they're going to put us into where we're supposed to be.
It will.
Yes.
Okay.
It'll push you in. Yep.
Thank you.
And anyone watching at home who would like to participate, either view or engage in one of the subcommittees in a constructive way, please email Molly Falls at missioncriticalpartners.com, and she would be happy to add you. We will not be live streaming the subcommittees, so if you want to follow along in the subcommittees, you will need to be in those rooms. We will reconvene after the subcommittees do their work. And Molly, what time are we going to reconvene? Let's set a rough time. Is that 3:15 maybe?
Yeah, we'll reconvene at 3:15.
Okay. All right.
As a full commission.
As the full commission. Okay. All right, guys.
And I will.
And then back as the full commission.
I will click breakout rooms right now. So join your breakout room in 10 minutes.
Yes, and please
or
mute
if not now.
Stuff as you walk away. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Molly, you waiting till after the bio break to assign the rooms?
I'm guessing so, Richard. I don't know though.
Do what?
I'm guessing that's what they're gonna do.
Okay, I was just waiting for the assignment to take place. I guess she's waiting till after the
Yeah.
little break on.
Welcome back in the state, though. By the way.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
You should be getting a pop-up that says, click on it to go to your room. Do you see that? It should come from someone from Mission Critical Partners. Have you seen that?
No,
Yeah,
I haven't seen it yet.
I'm okay. I'm okay with the Zoom. I was just wondering when she was going to do it.
So just, again, it's not going to be automatic. You're going to have to click on a pop-up window. It's going to come up and say, please join this Zoom meeting.
Yeah, I don't see it yet, Josh. But that's okay.
Okay, but expect that. You will pop up.
Okay.
So Randy, I'm going into the room now, so that's where I'll be.
Yep, I just got it.
Great. Thank you, Bruce.
Hey Molly, can you put me in tech and cyber when you get a second?
Okay, it worked.
That's pretty good.
Okay. All right. So thank you all. Welcome back. Molly, we okay to get started? Molly, if you're speaking, you're muted. Okay, so
All right, I was speaking. All right, can you hear me now?
Can
All
hear you
right,
now.
sorry about that.
That's
It
all
looks
right. Welcome
like
back.
we have everyone.
Are we live streaming now on YouTube? Yes.
We are.
Okay, so welcome back. This is the final 45 minutes of the September 9th, 2021 Next Generation 911 Commission meeting. We have just been in breakout rooms working on some of the issues that we had, and we spent the last 40 minutes, 45 minutes or so on that. And now we're going to have reports. My subcommittee is going first, finance and structure, which didn't have to meet because we didn't have anything. So don't know who wants to go first. Shar, you want to kick us off since you were last next time, or you want to go? Who wants to go first? Molly, you pick.
All right.
Let's
Nikki and Shar, Nikki, if you have information to share, you can share your screen.
Yep, I definitely do.
That is good news because that's what I was waiting for.
Yeah.
We had a very productive meeting and it was jam-packed full of lots of really good discussion and lots of resolution.
Molly, you have to stop sharing your screen so I can share mine. I got an error message saying. You go, Shaw. I'm sharing now.
Okay, you're sharing now. I think recommendation 1 we were fine with, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we made no changes to recommendation number 1.
And I think we voted and everybody was good with that.
already voted on that. Can we make that larger, please, Nikki? Can you get rid of the siding and stuff and make it larger? Okay. So let's not redo anything we've already voted on. I think there were 2 issues we've pushed back to the subcommittee.
Best practices for hiring.
We are,
That was one that we needed to reevaluate. We made some changes.
Yeah, we took out the require minimum standards and qualifications and just changed this to a best practices document based on the, so it's a recommendation that the board create best practices as opposed to the board create minimum standards.
Are we good with that? Shall
is
we
there a
read it?
motion, Char? Do you want to call for a motion?
I'm going to call for a motion, and I can read it if everybody wants me to, or we can just vote. I make a motion to move forward with recommendation 2 as amended.
I second it. Woods, Bardonna Woods.
Okay. Voting.
Voting, I'm going to put up green because I like it. Tracy, I see, says green. Yellow? I see no yellow. Does anyone
I see
yellow?
Anthony Myers
Okay.
and Cecilia Warren.
And red?
Okay, moving on.
To scroll down?
Okay, recommendation number 3 was the occupational wellness recommendation. And we did, again, do some wordsmithing around this. And to address Chairman Myers' comment, we specifically said who was going to be responsible for ensuring that when these programs are being developed, that there's that confidentiality between the employee and the provider.
And I like the wording. Shall we?
So can you clarify who's responsible? Is it just to make sure there's no misunderstanding?
I believe it was a recommendation, and it is also part of the evaluation process that's going on within the subcommittee within the 911 board. And this adds into the recommendations being created.
Your motion?
I'll make the motion.
I second. So let's vote. I'm green.
Okay.
Yellow.
Tracy German is green.
Red.
Go.
Nope. Cool. I think we only had one more, which was the implicit bias.
No, the diversity, which was the one that was skipped, and there wasn't a slide.
Okay. Diversity in recruitment. Can we scroll down there a little bit?
Yeah, it should be recommendation number 4.
Recommendation number 5, Nikki. 4 we've already done. Number 5.
So number 5 is diversity in recruitment. This one says the 24 PSAPs and the 911 board shall create and share best practices for targeted recruitment efforts that will attract a broad applicant pool with the goal of diversifying the workforce.
Move favorable.
Second. I'm going to vote for green. I see lots of green. I see no yellow. How about red?
Hello. And Tracy German is green on diversity.
Or Anthony Myers is
That's
yellow.
yellow.
Yeah, I said that.
And there was a question regarding compensation. Vicki, do you want to address the history of this, and then we can talk about it?
I can speak to that since I asked that it be added to your agenda.
Okay.
I learned at Mako, again, good reason to go to conferences, Kevin Canale, is you learn lots of stuff. I learned that at least in some counties that are 911 specialists whose jobs are fundamentally important as our first responders, that some of those county employees are paid minimum wage. And if you can either work at the Dairy Queen or listen to murder and suicide, or houses burning down and all that, I mean, more power to you. So I ask that this subcommittee look into that. And it looks like you have a recommendation.
We do have a recommendation. We evaluated
Scroll
the
down.
MACO salary review, and we found that by 2023, some jurisdictions will have 911 specialists working at minimum wage. So that is very concerning. So we put together a recommendation to say that the commission recommends that local jurisdictions compensate 911 specialists in a manner that is commensurate with the training, knowledge, and skills they possess, which is also in compliance with existing legislation.
We can't see the whole thing. Nikki, if you can move it up.
It's okay.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. Totally my bad. Sorry.
Let me bump that down because that's not part of our discussion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'm good with it. I like it. It's very clear. It's concise. And the commission is saying, shame on you if you don't do this.
And it's not an unfunded mandate because it doesn't say anything particular.
Question.
Right. Who said that?
Terry, question. I'm just curious why we don't put in there that minimum wage is not considered acceptable or that it is not commensurate with any of the things we're talking about. Why can't we just be explicit in part of this?
There was a concern, and I'll address this and then maybe Kevin can address it as well. There was a concern of telling a local jurisdiction how to establish their classification plan and their salary plan. That was one of the concerns.
Well, I guess the friendly amendment for consideration would be just a statement following says the commission recommends that local jurisdictions compensation specialists in a manner that is commensurate with training, knowledge, and skills they possess, and a minimum wage is not considered to adequately meet those criteria.
That's very clear and to the point. Does anybody have a concern with that friendly amendment?
Hold on, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment too, Steve here.
Okay.
First of all, I like the way this is developing, but I'd like to also add, and I'm looking at it right now, the commission recommends that local jurisdictions compensate 911 specialists in a manner commensurate with their duties, responsibilities, training, knowledge, and skills.
I see duties and responsibilities as being redundant.
Great.
Yeah, and responsibility shows a higher level of work, but yeah.
So
we
say
gotta do-
responsibilities instead of duties.
Yes.
Your responsibilities. So training, knowledge, skills, responsibility, whatever. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Period after possess. I don't know who's doing the typing, so I'm trying to send notes. And then period, the minimum wage is not considered to adequately, and there's a word missing. Meet these criteria.
Meet the criteria.
Does not satisfy.
It's not, right.
Satisfy.
Not-
Like
does not
satisfy.
generally satisfy. You could argue about training wage and temp and all that, but does not generally satisfy these criteria.
Oh, the minimum wage is not considered to generally satisfy this criteria.
Commission recommends that local jurisdictions compensate 911 specialists in a manner that is commensurate with their responsibilities, responsibilities, training, knowledge, and skills they possess, period. The minimum wage is not considered to not generally, take out the second.
Minimum wage
is not considered
to generally satisfy
this criteria.
Yes.
Not considered.
Wouldn't take these
Not like it's not
I think
considered.
it's considered generally to satisfy. It's not considered generally to satisfy these criteria.
Is not generally considered.
Right.
But the first word was correct. It was not adequate.
Yes.
So adequately satisfy, but that's fine. Consider
Adequately satisfy. Yeah, I think that's good.
Can I
Yes.
offer a comment?
Yes.
It's Bill.
Hi, Bill.
Hey, Bill.
In 2019, our legislative change that was passed into law, Public Safety, Section 1-302-1, was entitled Classification and Compensation of 911 Specialists. Among the things it said, it was the intent of the General Assembly of the jurisdictions employing 911 specialists. I'm going to skip down it. Compensate 911 specialists in a manner that reflects their membership in the team of public safety personnel answering and responding to requests for emergency assistance and is commensurate with the training, knowledge, and skills they possess. Therefore, I think that this recommendation should have a preamble on the front of it that says, in line with, in keeping with this that was already passed by the legislature. So you're calling jurisdictions out and saying you're reminding them of the friendly little law that got passed 2 years ago.
And then the key kaboom is the last sentence. The minimum wage is not generally, should not be generally.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you. This is why we need you here.
Yep.
And it's Nikki taking the notes, and I will go ahead and, after hours, put the right number in there for the legislation.
Mm-hmm.
But I do understand the intent, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Are we good with this? I thank everybody for the friendly amendments. Thank you very much.
I've got my hand.
Sorry, there's two hands up.
I don't see them, but okay.
Bobby Sandless and Delegate Krebs.
Yeah, I would probably prefer if we didn't add the specific language about the minimum wage, just because, and I agree, minimum wage is not adequate. And certainly in Hartford, we're not paying our people at that level. But I think it does just maybe gets a little too much in the weeds, and as if you pay a penny more than the minimum wage and that is adequate. I guess I just kind of prefer to kind of stay away from specifics. And I think that the first part, which is already law, is sufficient.
Delegate Krebs, you had a comment as well?
Yeah, I mean, my comment is, again, I've been here since the beginning of time, and maybe some new folks haven't been. We beat this horse to death a couple of years ago. It's in law. We're basically saying the same thing over again. I guess my question is, why are we doing this? We already have said it. We already wordsmithed this to death a couple of years ago. And I don't think we should be referring to any wage, whether it's minimum wage, $50 an hour, it doesn't matter. We're not getting into the weeds here. And we already have this in the law, so I'm not sure what the purpose of this is. Again, it's local control. If they can't get 911 specialists, they need to raise their wages. That's why we're giving them the resources to do that. And we're almost, I don't know, I think we're beginning to micromanage this. Again, we've already written this same thing. We're just writing it again. So I don't think we need this at all. It's in the law. And I know some folks weren't here when we did it, and I apologize for that. Sometimes I got to go back and read what we did because I forgot what we did a lot for those first couple of years. And we've done
it's a reminder situation
on these same words. So I would just suggest we don't need this at all.
I think it is a reminder situation. And again, it's not legislation. It's in the report. If it makes everybody, I think it is important that people remember that we did pass the legislation. And the minimum wage was not in the current law. So I think this is an important aspect to remind people again, it's not in legislation, it's in the report. It's a reminder to say we are paying very close attention to what's going on because that's what we do at the commission.
And you know what, that's what we pushed back on from the beginning. We were supposed to be here to help prop the counties up, to give them the resources they needed to have robust 911 systems. I think we're trying to do that. But sitting here acting like they're not doing their job, and this to me implies that they're not. I don't know the situations in all these counties. I don't know why if they are or if they're not, but we're not here to micromanage the counties. We're here to give them the tools that they need to run their systems. And our county does an excellent job. And I think it's a little condescending to keep telling them we're reminding them to do this. They want to do it, and we're giving them the resources to do it. So,
but where does it say minimum wage in our current law?
It doesn't. But again, as it was just pointed out, you could say, oh, one penny more is enough. I don't think even minimum wage it satisfies what we already have in the law. And again, it's different in Somerset County than it is in Montgomery County. I mean, it's a world of difference. What is that number? And that's why we never put a number in and put a minimum salary, because it could be double or triple in a county that is cost of living way higher than it is in Allegheny. So for us to say that we've not done that kind of homework, and I think we don't have the expertise to say that.
I just have a quick question, and if it's going to be a long discussion, we don't need to deal with it now, but are counties exempt from state law requiring minimum wage? I'm just intrigued how counties don't pay minimum wage.
They do.
No,
They do, yes.
All right, because I thought I heard earlier that some counties don't pay dispatchers minimum wage. Did I
No,
mishear
that
that?
isn't. So 911 specialists, what I said, Sean, was that some are only paying minimum wage.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
And
Withdraw the
so
question.
this
Thank you.
statement, proposed statement is that the minimum wage is not considered to be sufficient, basically. So
Now, I
doing a
may I
time
say-
check, everybody? Yeah.
May I say one thing? So this is I think this is an interesting conversation as we continue to wordsmith this. I will say counties generally do not like when the General Assembly or the state infringes and starts to say that, this is what you need to do with wages and benefits. That's sort of, Mako would say, no, this is a sensitive issue. I understand. I'm not sure which counties are paying minimum wage, and I'm not sure as to the reasons why, but I can assure you we're at least doing minimum wage. And I can assure you that, we want to pay folks as much as we can. This comes back again to local flexibility and accountability. These people have to get elected. They have to make tough decisions with budgets. We may not know. Maybe they needed to do more for schools. Maybe they were in a tough spot. So I don't know. And I think it's dangerous to start doing this. This is not in legislation, so I'm less concerned. But certainly, I get it, and I will bring this message back as well, and try to see what's going on and the reasons why.
And the salaries did come from the Mako meeting. So I think, I know that there's concerns, but I think if we vote, we can at least know where we're going with the concerns. I'm going.
Motion on the floor, Shar? I don't remember whether there was a motion.
And may I say one more thing too?
We
Remember
have
that
two more subcommittees. Go.
some counties have Montgomery County's minimum wage is different from every other county. Montgomery County is higher. So remember that as well. It's not the same in every county. So if we really want to start getting into the weeds, that's why I think we should be careful.
So would your friendly amendment be?
No, there's no amendment. I think I'd like to move this language as amended by the group and with Nikki adding the bill number.
Okay.
Current law.
So I'm going to, even if it wasn't motion on the floor, I'm going to make the motion on the floor to move forward with the language as it is for the compensation.
Second.
We're going to, I'm going to vote green. Everybody green? Anybody green? Anybody yellow?
Okay. So that wraps up this subcommittee. We have two more subcommittees and our wrap-up stuff. Tracy German is green.
And just, Madam Chair, I just
Myers for yellow.
I want to just make sure I'm recorded when I'm voting red. I want to make sure, because a lot of times you'll say it was unanimous in the committee. I want to make sure I put my red pen up. So
thank you.
A lot of times you fly through that and say it was unanimous. It was unanimous, and I want to make sure you've recorded it properly.
Thank you, Delegate. Next subcommittee. Molly, who's up next?
Tech and cyber will be up next. Josh and Randy.
Yep. So I think we had we updated the technology the Z-axis.
Is there anything? So here's what I'd like to suggest, Randy.
Hey, what you doing?
If there is, Shar, if you want to mute. Randy, if there's anything that's substantive that the commission should vote on, but I think if we're putting in a comma or something, I'd like to, it can either be shown and moved on, or just frankly, I think if it's not substantive.
Sure, Randy, we have two.
Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
So let's just start with cybersecurity. The question on this one, no changes to the wording, but is this a recommendation or is this going to be legislation? That is the question.
Normally, we figure that out when we're dealing with the report, once we're dealing with looking at the whole thing.
So the subcommittee recommends that this is a recommendation, if that matters.
Okay.
Okay. The next one is this is a remote call taking. So we did a lot of work on this. We basically kind of rewrote, kept the intent, but rewrote the bullets. I can read it if it would help. So the edits that we made, well, I'll just read it through. So because situations where a PSAP evacuation or need for distributed staffing is a real possibility, such as COVID-19 and system failures, remote call taking, processing, and dispatching may be necessary as part of a PSAP's continuity of operations plan, COO plan. Many considerations should be examined when planning for such an event, but the Commission has identified the below list as priorities and recommends that the 911 Board, the Emergency Communications Committee, and jurisdictions advocate for expansion of broadband infrastructure to underserved areas to enable remote emergency support and consider 911 services as a critical priority in the expansion of broadband access in Maryland. Second bullet, develop best practices regarding the technical and human factors of working in remote environment. Third bullet, establish resiliency and redundancy throughout the 911 call taking, processing, and dispatching ecosystem. Fourth bullet, plan and implement dynamic call routing as part of next generation 911 deployments. And finally, update policies, procedures, and memorandum of understandings / agreements with neighboring jurisdictions, including municipalities, federal agencies, college campuses, to encompass these capabilities. So this is a recommendation in the report, and the subcommittee has approved this.
I moved this in the previous one for vote.
I have a question. I continue to raise the question about confidentiality and HIPAA.
Sure. So I think that would be wrapped under any kind of updated policies and procedures.
Molly and I modified the slide this morning and stuck in 2 words. And I think it's possible, unless the subcommittee on purpose removed it, then maybe you started with an older version. Molly, do you have access to that? I think so. While Molly's pulling that up, I'm just going to say that I think if someone's working at the kitchen table and you're dealing with personal medical information during a 911 crisis, I just think there has to be some awareness of HIPAA laws.
So, Senator, are you saying on the second bullet that it should say technical, human, and privacy factors?
That's a good place to do it, Terry. Thank you, because I think we put it in the last bullet, but that works just as well.
On the second bullet, best practices regarding human factors and confidentiality of working in a remote environment.
Yeah, I don't think that was in there when we saw it.
It was.
No, I think that was it.
But yeah, I mean, I think that's great. Again, these are lists of items that people need to think about when implementing.
Yeah,
there's other things with CJIS requirements that is a concern. We didn't list that in here, but that's things that we're working on, trying to get clarification from state police and federal partners on that. So there's a lot. This is not a absolute list. There's a lot of other things that are going to happen.
Can add confidentiality, so it's technical, privacy, confidentiality, and human factors, and that should.
I think privacy does confidentiality. I think it's one or the other, but Randy, and I totally hear you that it's intended to be comprehensive, but I think HIPAA confidentiality on stuff is.
No, I agree.
Okay.
I like that there.
Okay, and I have no preference as to where or what word, whether it's privacy or confidentiality. I just think it ought to be in there somewhere.
Randy, this is Anthony Myers. I have a question for you about the modified language, or Mr. or Josh Jack. The first bullet, well, let me just clarify. This is a recommendation. This is not legislation, correct? And the reason I'm asking the question, because the first bullet is the commission recommending to the board that it advocate for a policy. And so I guess I probably don't mind as much if it's just a recommendation. If it's a legislation, I might mind. If it's a recommended piece of legislation, I'd probably be a little more concerned.
Yeah, so that first dot point had a lot of discussion, and somehow we're trying to just get the point across to the powers to be that are involved in broadband infrastructure expansion in the state. That is very important to 911 as well. So that's kind of that purpose of that dot point, how it's worded, but again, I think it's just like education has a very important role in broadband expansion. We're trying to say that 911 does as well.
Kevin, you have your hand up.
One thing I don't see here is anything about liability. And I think that should be a big part of this conversation. When you move to this sort of environment, there are extreme liability concerns. So I know this is not all encompassing, but I do think that is one of the biggest issues that needs to be resolved here, is liability issues.
That might even need to be its own dot point. I don't know, but yeah, I agree. Because again, I think where does that liability fall? County, law, departments, all that stuff. So we can.
May I make a
work on that.
suggestion?
It's the wild, wild west. So yeah, it could be interpreted in many different ways. So I think just having that conversation and developing some sort of best practice, or if this leads to somebody asking more questions or digging in, that certainly should be one of the things that we're looking at. And I think it should be outlined in the report as well.
You had a question, Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to wonder aloud whether we should have sort of a preliminary vote on this, but then if people think of other items that we might need to include in this is a big deal. And there may be some wordsmithing needed. And then as Kevin Canali just added, that's really important. I mean, I think privacy was important, liability is important. So if anyone thinks of something else, I think we should be open to the idea of looking at more final wording at our October final meeting.
No, I'm fine.
We do that.
But
yeah, and that was actually a question in that survey we talked about previously. That was a question to all the PSAPs, was what things do you need us to do as a commission to help you deploy this? We didn't get any answers, but.
So I'd like to make the motion then that this language be approved on a preliminary, kind of the soft approval. And then if there aren't significant changes, then it will count. But if we need to revisit it, it's not like we've locked in stone. Is that a motion that's okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I'm okay with it.
Okay. Is there?
Senator will second that.
Okay. All right. I'm going green. Tracy German voted green. Okay.
Yellows or reds.
Reds.
Anthony has a yellow. So Anthony, just let us know, we're open to suggestions on this.
Okay. Now we're up for the last subcommittee, right? That was it, Josh and Randy?
Yep, that was it.
All right. Let's go to the final subcommittee, O&A. Mr. Brillman. And then we've got wrap up at 3:49 p.m. We are going to be close to the finish line here.
Great. I'll be quick. So let me read this out, and if there's any background information people need, we will relay that. Because of concern about whether the state fire marshal is in compliance with the law, we recommend that the commission send a letter to the state fire marshal asking how the law is being enforced. And this is in reference to Kerry's law. And require a report back with county level information. The second part of this is to create an educational campaign, much like we did with Text to 911, that can be distributed via Maryland associations and via social media. So any question on the background of this? If not, we recommended this move forward.
Scott, Steve here with I guess a friendly amendment third line down, how carries law, enter carries law, even though it is up at the top, just so it's invited in the text of the motion.
Got it.
Carrie, can you change it? Yeah, thanks.
I think fire marshal is a title, probably in capital S, capital F, capital M. Ryan, you can check that, I think, or know that already.
Is.
I need to insert my comments here.
Yes.
Before we call to a vote. You okay, Scott?
Yep, good.
All right, so I just talked to the state fire marshal, and he's out of state, but he took the call. The state fire marshal advises that he stands by his commitment that his agency is going to work with this. It is currently functioning with his deputy fire marshals and inspectors, so that he is compliant. The only thing that he said that may have been misinterpreted, he has not created a new program to do this. He has incorporated it into the annual inspections that his staff does. Nothing has changed with that, and he will stand on that and continue to work.
So then this recommendation should be asking for some information from the fire marshal, which he should have collected by now, right?
Yeah, so I would be concerned about putting whether we are concerned about the state fire marshal's compliance and put this in another way.
Yep, absolutely.
And by the way, that answer is exactly the answer I expected you would get. And so now we send a very friendly letter just asking for a status report on enforcement efforts.
Okay.
And I agree, don't suggest that anyone's not in compliance with the law.
Yes,
and
ask
he's
for
in
a county by
compliance with the
county.
law.
I think that's right. Ask for a county by county detailed. And I'd like to understand too, how does he know, like in our county, how does he know that we want him to do it, but yet Charles County is doing their own thing? That's why he needs to tell us what coordination he's having with these counties, because I don't really see coordination right now.
And
So-
maybe also offer, to provide any assistance that the commission can in terms of, information or resources or whatever. So I think offering help is also probably in line with what we're trying to do, which is not be incendiary and just sort of ask for the status update, but also we're here as a resource if the fire marshal needs that.
And we also might want to add that we as a commissioner trying to create an educational campaign that will help them as well. We're not just throwing it all to him. We're trying to participate as well.
Okay.
Senator, what I'm hearing is take out before the comma because of concern.
Correct.
Start with recommend the commissions in the letter, ask how it's being enforced, how it's being coordinated, and what preliminary data there is. Is there additional need for support from the board, and notifying them that there's an educational campaign that we're recommending be created at the board level or whatever.
Okay, this is Sue.
Okay.
I mean, we can change this up some, but I just want to make sure everybody is clear that this law was passed February 16 of 2018, and it went into effect the beginning of 20. I think maybe sometime in, I think it was maybe February, mid-February of 20, it went into effect. So there were 2 years to plan how to implement this. And we are at the end of 21 and it hasn't happened yet. So I think that was the basis for a very strong message.
We don't know, this commission doesn't yet know because we don't have a report back. We don't know, except anecdotally, that there's not compliance. That's why we're asking, what's been done? How is it, how are we doing with compliance? Because you're right, it should have been done. No, we did have.
When did we ask the state fire marshal to do this?
It was in the law.
In the law, in a hearing, in the commission.
Yeah, but when was that?
Last year,
2018.
and then in law, and then bill hearings in the Senate and the House.
Yeah, last year.
No, it was
We're not-
2018, wasn't it? 2018, 2019?
2018, the law passed with an implementation date of February 16th of 2020.
This is Sean. Can I
Sean.
ask, would it be appropriate to add to the law and get introduced legislation requiring an annual report by the fire marshal on enforcement and coordination efforts on the law? Just asking.
I like that idea.
Mhm.
Why don't we,
I
why
like
don't we
that.
give him a chance to report back? If he reports back by October, we'll see how he's doing. And then if he's not doing it, then we put it in.
Recommendation to answer Chief Brooks's question and amplify what Sean Looney just said. Recommendation number 7 in the 2020 Commission report on page 6 says, Carey's Law, a county shall designate enforcement authority for this statute. Absent any county authority, the office of the state marshal, fire marshal, comma, assistant state fire marshals, comma, and special assistant state fire marshals shall have the enforcement authority over this statute. That is in here and it's in law.
But I think it's unclear as to if it says designate, but if they don't do anything, it doesn't say, are they supposed to reach out to, it doesn't really say what happens to get it to the state fire marshal. Because it really is the county's responsibility and then the state fire marshal stand. So I think it's a little bit non-descriptive as to who does what when the county decides they don't want to do it.
So here's what I think. I think there's a lot of interest in this and a lot of concern on this issue. I think we are close, but in the meantime, we have another meeting, our final meeting next month. I'd like to suggest that I draft a letter. I will run it past my legislative colleagues. I'm also happy to run it past the whole commission, but it'll move fast. We will send it to the fire marshal and with his reply, craft a statement for October.
And also, Senator King, I forgot that right now, the 911 board or Scott Roper's group, they have a quarterly reporting for Carey's Law. And he, he writes to them whether they're sending it in or not. So they are supposed to be getting reports. And maybe Scott could let us know, because we have an email from him basically saying, if your county's not currently conducting inspections, let us know. And he only had reports back then for certain counties. So there is, the 911 board has been sending things out to the counties, asking them for these reports. I just don't know what they're doing with them.
Okay, so we can gather all that information and circle back. And just a reminder, we did the FCC letter because it was time sensitive. We did that by email. So if you can watch your email and circle back, reply right away. With that, Subcommittee Chair Brillman, are you okay with us doing it that way? Kind of push the pause button, get any feedback, send a draft letter to everybody, and then finalize it at our last meeting?
Sure, I'm okay with that. And Chief Brooks, thanks for the feedback from the state.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we need to clarify exactly what's going on because we're hearing we have different data points. So I think we need to get that.
I agree.
58. We're gonna go a couple minutes over, but really it shouldn't be more than a couple minutes. Molly, why don't you talk about timetable and next steps, and then we'll get ready to close out.
Okay, so first things first, thanks for all the time today and energy put into all these recommendations. The next steps for anything that's outstanding, but that we'll work those as a subcommittee, but I don't think there's much outstanding. MCP will start to draft kind of like we have in the past. So we will draft content and share that with our subcommittees by the end or in the beginning of October. So you'll start to see some draft language in the beginning of October. So each subcommittee will review their drafts and then we will pull it all together into one report, looking at,
Molly, I'm going to suggest,
yeah,
I'm going to suggest that early October with an October 12th meeting is not enough time for everybody to review it and get edits in time. So I'd like to suggest that move up by at least a week, sort of mid-late September would be ideal if that's remotely possible. And I'm not, I'm putting you on the spot here.
Well, yeah, let me, we'll have the majority.
You
of
guys figure it out. Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then we'll have the bulk of the content by October meeting so that we have anything outstanding, we address it, and then the final report will get pulled together after the October 12th meeting.
And she says after, like immediately after, within a couple of days afterwards.
ASAP.
And clarifying the public information campaign that was the Looney campaign, the Sean Looney campaign, I think is still a great idea. I think all of us think that's worthwhile. And so I think we'll want to move forward on that, mission critical. So Sean, thank you for your ideas. Anyone who's got suggestions as to who would be beneficial to target and do outreach to, please send an email in chat right now or anything. But we talked about the Chamber of Commerce and the realtors and all that. So let's brainstorm who else that should be. With that, this has been a long 6 hours. Thank you all for your patience and your attention. It was nice to see all of your faces. I would have preferred to see them in person, but appreciate your indulgence and your focus on the details, because the details when it comes to 911 matter a great deal. So as always, thank you to the Vice Chair, to my staff, to Mission Critical, and to everyone on the commission and everyone monitoring on YouTube. If there's nothing else that's urgent, I would like to propose that we adjourn.
Second.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you all.
Thanks,
Green,
everybody.
yeah. Love that.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody. Take care.
Bye.
Thank you.